if you see, which have broadband access, the white ones are where there's no significant broadband access at all. So how do we level this is the question, right? What does it take to level such that people have access to basic facilities which are provided now only on the internet? For example, banking, right? For example, just being able to send each other a message. So what we have to figure out first is, what is the practical minima? What's the minimum amount of internet that a person requires? And then see how it can be delivered. We all cannot be doing Netflixes. We all cannot be doing YouTubes. But there are certain services which can still be provided at a lower bandwidth. And we have to get that to that point first. Next slide, please. So the other problem also is that of global internet shutdowns. You'll see some unfortunate cases here, which is India itself. But we've been looking at these shutdowns, which are either due to the government actions or just due to something else. For example, in Sri Lanka, a ship dropped anchor on a fiber optic and it's completely shut out from the internet for a long time. Next slide, please. So now, how do we get there? How do we provide everybody in the world, let's say, access to some minimum amount of data connectivity? And what is that data connectivity? Then we'll go on to how it can be provided. Next slide, please. So the practical minima, if you look at, what is the minimum capacity to sustain, let's say there's a community of 1,000 people, and there are some messages which they are exchanging between themselves, and some messages from outside the community to inside the community. So I'm looking at about 20 messages a day. Okay, 20 messages, just text messages between people. I'm looking at about 5 transactions, that is 5 things that you can buy or transact with the bank. 3 emails, maybe 5 emails with attachments, and 5 local calls. Now, if you look at the data which is required to do this, next slide, please. It's about 10,000 bytes of data in 24 hours. That's all you require, okay, 10 kilobytes. It's the size of one heavy, graphics page. For example, if you go to CNN.com, that itself is about 100 kilobytes, one single page. But what you require here is actually far less. It's just 1 bit per second. So 10,000 bytes in 24 hours is 1 bit per second. So this is what we have to promise to everyone, which is how do we deliver 1 bit per person per day? Okay. 1 bit per person per second. That's all our requirement is. So we have to get there. Now there's a whole bunch of technologies which is there in that comm vehicle which you see out here, which have been developed completely in open source by many of these people that I represent here today. And I'm going to talk about them individually. Next slide, please. So these are the organizations which have been involved here. There is, you already know some of them. That is the Digital Empowerment Foundation. And I will explain the others. And I'll actually explain this in the context of ARDC. Now, ARDC, for many of you, and I'd like to introduce ARDC, and I'm a board member of ARDC, stands for Amateur Radio Digital Communications. It's a $150 million grant foundation, which gives grants to all people who are working at providing digital connectivity in less served areas, and especially if they have a focus towards amateur radio, but that's not required. For example, if you'd like to create a Wi-Fi network in your own village or town, they're the people to approach. The only thing is you need to have an equivalent of the US 501c or FCRA as it's called in India. You need to be a non-profit. You need to be a non-profit recognized by the US laws. But so under them, a lot of projects have happened. One is with Hamnet.eu, I'll talk about that, and the other is Osmocom. And what you see here, HF Signals is a company that I run which makes open source wireless sets. I'll talk to you about that. And Lamakan Amateur Radio Club is a club here, which is a technology club where a lot of technologies are developed, and we'll talk about that. Next slide, please. So what you see here is actually a map of Europe. Okay, And each of these black pins that you see is actually a Wi-Fi network with a long range connectivity of about 50 kilometers each. So this is a network which has been created by non-profits across Europe, okay, all the way from Spain up to Norway, which works independently of all the commercial telecom networks in the world. Okay, so you can actually send messages, you can browse the net, you can do everything that you want to do. From this, you can go to hamnet.eu and you will be able to, what happened? Okay, it's gone here. All right. And see this map. And you can actually keep adding more to it. And if you see what's happening here is that these links are basically interconnecting all of them at 50 Mbps. So there's 50 Mbps of bandwidth available across all these places. It started in Germany, it's spread to everywhere. They are now actually trying to get it across to Canterbury and get into Europe. The entire technology for this, especially when it came to fixing the Wi-Fi for long range. Now, Wi-Fi is crippled. Whenever you send out a packet, right, it travels at the speed of light, it hits the next Wi-Fi client, and the client has to respond back. Now, if it does not respond back in time, it thinks that the packet is lost, so the connection is not made. Now, this timing is such that you cannot hope for this Wi-Fi packet to travel more than 300 meters, which is why Wi-Fi doesn't work. It's not that the technology is not there. It's been crippled on purpose. So we hacked it such that this could work. So that's one of the components of the solution. Next slide, please. Now this is what has been developed at HF Signals. This is an high frequency radio. And what's special about it is, as you can see, it's very small. And what you see here are the messages that it's receiving from across the world. So HF, or high frequency communications, are communications which work without any telecom infrastructure. Okay, they just bounce signals off the ionosphere. It's a little like the shortwave radios. I mean, we all grew up listening to Voice of America, BBC, etc. Right? They all worked on shortwaves. Shortwaves are not being used anymore, but this one repurposes shortwaves for long distance communications. I mean, on an average, about 5,000 kilometers can be done. The converse is it cannot do high speed internet. You can send only short text messages, but that's one. Next slide, please. Now, this is the network of a GSM base station, of a GSM network, right? So this is your mobile set. It connects to GSM tower. It goes through what is called as the radio network controller, and then it goes to a lot of other stuff, right? But this entire thing is called the core network or the switch. Now, in order to deploy this, just in terms of technology costs almost $100 million. Okay, because of all the equipment required, the IP, etc., etc. So ARDC actually put money behind this organization called Osmocom, which is essentially a bunch of hackers, to rebuild the GSM network entirely in open source software. And the result is this. Next slide, please. So what you see here is a Raspberry Pi connected to a very small interface which interfaces it with a wireless. This stuff is available here. It's a complete GSM network. It will allow you to register onto this network. It will allow you to get your own phone number immediately, and then you'll be able to talk to each other on this network. What's the price of this? The entire thing put together will be less than $10,000 as opposed to $100 million. So this is what we hope that, a combination of all these things together can be packaged as one unit, which can be driven or even hand carried into areas where you can instantly deploy digital connectivity. Next slide, please. Now, this is the last part of this leg, which is basically based on satellite communications. And these are right now, they're not talking to my satellite, which is a low Earth orbit satellite, but a geostationary satellite built by by Radio Hampton, Qatar, and in Germany, it's called QO100, which provides a fair amount of bandwidth, and these are actually repurposed television dishes, which you use for television stuff. You can see, probably you can't see it because of the high buildings here. The visibility is not there to the satellite, but I can assure you that this provides up to 2 Mbps connectivity. So we've put all this thing together, packaged them into one box. Next slide, please. So this is what the control station looks like. It looks like it's a spacecraft, but actually, believe me, you just switch it on and then it works on its own. You don't really have to sit and keep monitoring all the time. And we've packaged this into one van now, just to demonstrate to you people. Next slide, please. So that's the van that you'll see here outside in T-Works. This is a picture taken in November where we had the CNX conference. So that's the whole package of solutions. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to take it. My contact, next slide, please, is Ashar Farhan, afarhan@gmail.com. In case anybody wants to, be in touch with me, I'd be glad to follow up on all the stuff. This project actually has been done under aegis of Digital Empowerment Foundation. And this is the first of the vans. It's a prototype. We are hopeful that, we'll be able to spin off more of these. This is going to get deployed in North India very shortly. And that experience is going to be very helpful. I mean, right now it's a lab thing. Once you get onto the field, we hope that we'll be able to see more of it. Thank you very much. Is there some time for a Q&A or something? Or I'm not sure. There is somebody here.
Hello.
Hi, a very impressive work how you're looking at taking the connectivity to the rural areas. I mean, this is a global challenge. I have two questions. Like, say, telecom industry is regulated. Like, you have your regulator, you need to get spectrum and certain clearances
Right.
done. Not quite sure. This is like more of a homegrown thing. You're building a private network. Within your regulation, how you're working on it, what the cooperation you get from your India regulator per se. The second question is like, say you have this big global technologies like SpaceX, like, Starlink, etc. coming in. So what my understanding is like, there's a battle between Starlink and India, there's a legal battle, etc. Like say effort you make versus getting a ready-made Starlink kind of a connection done into the rural areas. Obviously, there's a cost challenges, system box, etc. But will it be a ready-made viable thing versus the effort you make? That's a question which is want to ask. First one is the regulator point of view, and second one is
okay. First thing is that this particular technology is entirely based on license-free spectrum. Okay, except for the GSM part of it. But the GSM part is this way that you can always operate it under any operator's license. Okay, so that's actually taken care of. But that apart, it's all based on 2.4 gigs or 5.6 gigs, etc. Now, as far as Starlink and those things are concerned, they were always there. There was Iridium before this, right? Before Iridium, there was Inmarsat and Intelsat. Now, they've evidently not worked because of the sort of, of the financial modeling of these networks. Okay, for example, Starlink will cost you about $500 to operate. This operates at zero cost. All right, so one. Second thing is it's proprietary technology. What we have spoken about here, anybody can put this together. So you're not tied to one company. And the third thing is, Starlink is run by an eccentric person. So, I mean, you can never really rely on these people. For example, in the middle of a war, he says, I'm going to switch it off. What are you going to do? This cannot be switched off. That's the whole point about this network. Right? Yeah.
Any other questions?
And there's one more question. There.
Hello. Every technical institution, engineering college, and medical college, sir, they're following FM stations in college itself.
Yeah.
In my question is, especially for the cellular communication, there are little bit of bandwidth as compared to other workstations. Therefore, how to convert my ex-village is there. We are not able to access any DTH services. How to convert my village to do direct access to satellite link?
Yeah, so I mean that's what the presentation was trying to answer. First thing is that if you're looking at web browsing and Facebook, etc., this is not going to work. Okay, this what we are proposing is essentially to first get messaging across. Okay, either it SMS based or whatever. If we can get messaging between people going, basic connectivity is in place. Okay, just to give you a backdrop to this, when India was ruled by the British, it was ruled by a single telegram line, one telegram line which could only send words at about 15 words per minute. So our idea is that before we come to other stuff like entertainment, etc., we have to first provide basic communications, and once that pipeline is opened, then there'll be other ways of expanding onto that pipeline. So for places which are completely disconnected, for example, our HF communication itself is one thing which can very quickly scale up. You don't require any infrastructure there at all. You just take a box, piece of wire, switch it on, and you are connected with the rest of the world, right? It doesn't require a satellite which may switch on, switch off for acts of war or whatever. Um, so these are this is a whole bunch of technologies which work together. The integration is not yet complete, but we hope that in the next quarter we'll integrate all of them into one solution. There's somebody right behind that.
Morning, sir. Sir, there is a common alerting protocol.
Common?
Common alerting protocol
Yeah.
we follow in the disaster communication.
Okay.
During disasters, the communication at the grassroots level is very important.
Right.
As you said, SMS is one tool that we can reach to all the people.
Right.
Do you have any technology to disseminate that locally generated content?
That's what that GSM base station was for. The local people can log on to this as a network. Okay, then they can talk to each other. They can also get SMSs from each other. So that stays within the system. It's a local group, right? You can
So
go up to 256 users on this.
Okay. So how far that it can reach, sir?
It has the same reach of a regular cell station. This one has been crippled because we wanted to stay under the limits of radiation, but it can easily take a radius of about 20 kilometers.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Hello. Yeah. So the question is, be it energy access or digital access, when we started to give the basic infrastructure,
Yeah.
and there will also be aspirational needs, like you said,
Right.
the next level of it.
Yeah.
So when we started to cater to those needs, does this system become obsolete, or will it be able to complement the?
Yeah. So this is like this. You've just put a small hole through it, right, allowing fresh air to get in of sorts. And then what will happen is that once a market is created for it, then the market forces will move in. Okay. For example, in Africa, in Tanzania specifically, I know this, that they have only put base stations along the main roads, because that's where most of the subscribers are. But once you know that there's a potential subscriber, 500 people in a village, they'll readily go and put a base station there. Once you've opened this up, then you can take that infrastructure and deploy it somewhere else, because that's been taken care of.
Okay, I mean, what I meant to ask is, like, does the existing system becomes obsolete, or can it be modularly kept on increasing?
Yeah, that can always be done, because it's entirely software driven, right? So you can keep upgrading the software. For example, this is right now 2.5G GSM. It can be upgraded to 4G just by changing the software. You just take out one SD card and plug in a new SD card, and it becomes a 4G.
Okay, the hardware is not a constraint.
Yeah, hardware is not a constraint. Hardware is very nominal.
Thank
in
you,
this.
thank you, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think we're done.
Hello. Thank you so much, Farhan sir, for that session. He's going to be around T-Works with us today, so if you have any other questions, you can also catch him. We now would like to break into the impact entrepreneurship pitches that are happening. We have 4 locations for them, so please look at the agenda. All of you have a QR code scanner to see which one you are interested in and which one you want to go to. We have one happening on how to develop an AI strategy for your business by Odetta. Is Odetta here? She's over there? Okay, cool. The room number for that is 27, which is right across there. We have one on how to fundraise by Vinuta. That's happening here. That's Then we have one on content creation strategies for social entrepreneurs by Eva, which is happening in the BMC room. And we have one on green coding, which is happening in the library on the first floor. That's by Mr. Alexander. Please do disperse, go to the impact pitches. Let's enjoy the last day of the Congress. And if you need anything, the team is right at the back. Please, come to us, talk to us. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Those of you who are interested in the workshop on how to fundraise, please be seated here. That's a very important session for all of us. How to fundraise. Please join us here. We have Ms. Vinuta Naga Rallapalli mentoring us on how to fundraise. Can I request delegates to quickly take their chai and coffee and come back? Yes. Or how to fundraise. Please come and be seated. Please get your chai and coffee and please be seated in events room for how to fundraise. To get people. Yes, please. How to fundraise. Please join us in events room. Please get your chai and coffee. Yeah. Please join for the workshop on how to fundraise by Miss Vinuta in events room. Please be seated. I request everyone to join the workshop on how to fundraise in the events room. Please get your chai, coffee, and join us very soon. Seven. The workshop on how to fundraise is about to start. We request everyone to get their chai and coffee and please join us. We have 4 workshops running in parallel, about to start. The first one is how to develop an AI strategy for your business. Boardroom, room number 27. It'll start in 5 minutes. Please get your chai and coffee and join there. How to fundraise, you join here in events room by Miss Vinuta. For content creation strategies for social entrepreneurs, we go to the BMG room, which is on the other side of the alley. We have the 4th workshop, green coding, which is in the library in the first floor on the left. Request everyone to go into their respective venues. So the first workshop is how to develop an AI strategy for your business. That's in boardroom, room number 27. The second workshop is how to fundraise by Miss Vinuta. It is happening in event space, room number 25, the main hall. The third workshop is content creation strategies for social entrepreneurs. That's in BMG room on the other side of the alley, the boardroom on the other side of the alley. The fourth workshop is green coding, which is in the first floor in the library on your left. Can I request all the backseaters to please join on the front? Please come. Can I request everyone to please go into their workshops? Hello, everyone. The workshops are about to start. Please go into your respective rooms. On how to fundraise, we request everyone to join us in the events room. Can I request everyone to please go into their venues, respective rooms, please, for the workshops that are organized in parallel? The workshop on how to fundraise is about to begin. Kindly take your seats. Yes. For everyone to join the workshop. It's Peter here. Please.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you everybody go to your workshops, please? Everybody go to the workshops, please. Everybody goes to the workshops, please. Everybody goes to the workshops, please. Everybody go to the workshops, please. Are you going to the workshops? Do you know where to go? Then go now, go now. Everybody going to the workshops, please. I'm reserving the seat next to me, and your left. I put your bag there. Everybody go to workshops, please. Everybody going to the workshops, please. Lovelies, let's go to the workshops. Let's go to the workshops. Let's go to the workshops. Can I have a coffee with milk, please? Everybody go to the workshops, please. I love Shifali. Everybody go to the workshops, please. I love Shifali. Yes, I need some sugar. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very helpful. Thank you. So, yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Everybody go to workshops, please. Everybody go to workshops, please. I love Shifali.
You are putting people into the workshop.
Yes, I'm putting. Everybody go to the workshops, please. I love Shifali. Okay. You are not at the workshop yet. Okay. Okay, everybody is at the workshop now. So we'll start the workshops. Okay, thank you. Can you take this to the over there so that you can start this? Hello.
Give us 2 minutes. Please join the workshop on how to fundraise in events room. We are going to start how to fundraise workshop by Miss Vinuta in next 1 minute. Hello, the workshop on how to fundraise is about to start in a minute. Please join. Okay, so we have Miss Vinuta with us. Who has 14 plus years in startup enablement, 14 plus years in this space, empowering women entrepreneurs and building the startup ecosystem. She is also associated with WeHub, who is our co-organizer for the WSA Global Congress. We are truly honored to have Ms. Vinuta here. I will pass the mic to her to start the workshop on how to fundraise.
Thank you so much, Arpita. Arpita, I sent you one more presentation. Arpita, I sent you one more presentation. Could you just please push that one? Hi, everybody. Good with your coffees? If you want to move ahead, I think it's okay. Like you can move to the front seats. We can have more conversations if you can move front, yeah? Great. So I'm Vinita. I have been working with early stage entrepreneurs for the last 15 plus years. I'm a chartered accountant by qualification. So basically, I started my journey with working with entrepreneurs to help them with their financial models. And then from there, it just kept going deeper. I have built funds in the past. I have ran angel networks. Currently, I'm the chief strategic advisor for WeHub, where I design and deliver most of our urban programs. That's what I do. So why are we talking about this? How many of you have raised money? Oh, good. No, the second presentation. I'll ask for the first if I want. Okay, sorry, I missed that show of hands. How many of you have raised money? All right, good. Okay, how much have you raised?
$500,000.
Any other shout outs? How much have you raised? That's a $500,000 raise that he's done for your this startup or like previous one? This startup. For this startup that you're building right now?
For this?
Startup or for this entity that you're building? Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, great. So probably a lot of things that we will be talking about is something that you've already gone through. But for most others, fundraising is like a black box where you don't know what's happening inside, why they reject you, why they like you. It always looks like people who have the connections, at least in Indian context, it looks like the people who have the connections get the money. And that is kind of true to some extent because investors take some time to make these decisions about funding. And that is why they network so much so that they can actually build a connection with the founders that they want to invest in. So we're going to talk about early stage investments in detail. But before that, I want to be able to understand what are the expectations from the session. If anybody wants to just, any expectations from this session? No? Okay. So it's good. I don't have any expectations to deliver on. Okay.
Does anyone want to add here on what are the expectations from the workshop when we ask them how to
I can make
fundraise?
the session according to that. If anybody has any particular, um,
Just basically shedding some light in that black box. as
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
So
okay.
just demystifying, I guess,
Sure,
a
sure.
bit of what fundraising
Sure.
really entails.
absolutely.
Maybe more about what the current trends that you see in the investment environment, and for me, especially for like impact-driven startups.
Deep tech, is it?
No, impact-driven.
startups,
So
okay.
social impact, not green tech. So that would be interesting to learn more about.
Sure.
Maybe get a perspective of different funders, diversifying from CSR funding to philanthropic offices, family foundations.
Sure. We're going to
impact
cover
funds.
that.
So
part,
all
yeah,
of that,
yeah.
maybe.
I think trends is one thing that I typically don't touch upon because they keep changing all the time and I'm not always abreast of all the sectors. But whatever I know about the trends I see in the impact space, I will share. And of course, the whole point is to demystify how much ever you can from this session. Do we have the slides or? Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to know from a first-time entrepreneur perspective, because there can be roadblocks in how we can fundraise. So how do we, whoever's planning to start an social entrepreneur venture and social enterprise of their own, how can they sort of look at this as well? Sure. So I think it's actually a very good time for social entrepreneurs because if you have started like 7-8 years back, there was hardly any capital available. There was literally like no capital available. We would make entrepreneurs sit as jury a lot of times because we don't have impact investors. At least in Hyderabad, that was the case. So I think we are definitely in a much better place. A lot of social impact funds have come up. And also a lot of mainstream investors are also looking at impact as one of the angles, which should have been done a long time back, but at least now we are there. So I think you're in a better place today than yesterday, if that's any respite. Yeah. So obviously all of us know the definition of what a startup is. Why is it necessary for this session is essentially the kind of investors that we approach when we are building a startup is very different from the kind of investors that we approach when we are building any other kind of organization. A lot of capital that is available to us in traditional industries like the debt in Indian market again, which is a secure debt, is obviously not a case in case of startups. We don't have any security to show for us to be able to raise that money. So that is kind of out of bounds. That also, however, has been changing with a lot of funds or enablement happening from the central government in the Indian context again, about how you can raise up to 20 crores, which is about 2.5 mil from banks without security. So those things are coming about, but then obviously they're much better on the paper. They look much better on the paper than actually hitting our accounts. So this is a stage-wise diagram that you must have seen multiple times. How many of you are at probably seed round? This is probably where you have raised your 500K, yeah? Anybody else who has raised a seed round? Okay, great. How was your experience raising this round? Was it like somebody from your friends and family, or did you raise from a formal angel network or a VC?
We raised from business angels. So we refrained from institutional investors, but focused on business angels, but none of them were family or friends.
Okay, great. So it's basically a formal outside agency where you had to kind of get a valuation done. Was it a CCD or was it a priced round?
Exactly, we agreed on a valuation based upon what their thoughts were of where we could be going and what our thoughts were, and what then we kind of met in the middle, yeah.
So that's exactly right. So when we talk about valuation at early stage, it's an absolute art. There is, of course, 6 or 8 different types of valuation methods that we have all studied during our education, but none of them really apply for normal early stage tech startups. To some extent, even impact with the tech angle. They do not apply for those kind of startups. So how do investors typically value is basically, one is how much are you looking for? How much are you willing to let go? It's a negotiation, just as anything else, right? You need 2 crores to run this, and you're willing to give up 10% of the equity. So what are some of the thumb rules that you need to keep in mind? Is that we have all these multiple stages of funding that you will have in your journey, right? So this is what we will just go through a little bit. I'm sure most of it is self-explanatory, but when you start up with an idea, you probably own 100% of the company. When you find another co-founder, you probably split that equity between you both. At the third stage, you then probably raise a round from friends and family, set up a small ESOP pool for your first early customers, and that's when you kind of dilute a little bit more. The next stage is when the formal angels or the formal VC, in your case, it's a business angels who have come in, right? So that's probably the stage. So till here, it's complete art. There is no science behind it. We do use certain methods. We use benchmarking method very commonly, which is basically looking at what other deals happened in the space, what were the latest valuations, and what is the future discounted cash flow. We do follow certain methods just to give that a spin to that madness, but in all fairness, it's a negotiation. So these are the different stages of funding that we all hear about. So the first stage is the pre-seed funding. Again, in the pre-seed funding, you have your friends and family and angels. Angels are a different breed in themselves. Angels are basically people who are HNIs. One of the rules which used to be there, which I think is slowly starting to fade away, is that angel has to be geographically placed in the same place so that they can open their network for you. They can open their connections. They can give you business advisory. They can really be there for you. But slowly that thing has been changing, and there are global angel networks which are investing. I can sit here and invest in a UK-based company. Somebody from US can invest into an Indian startup, etc., etc. Again, we are ourselves building ourselves into a global village, so it kind of makes sense from that point of view. But typically when you are bringing in these first angels is when you need to be extremely, extremely careful. The first investors can really spoil the game for you. So if you do not get the right kind of investors, they can guide you in the wrong way. They can take too much equity very early on, which will make you uninvestable. Or another problem that I see a lot with early stage companies is that they dilute way too much, way too early to way too many people. Say, for example, I have this entire room on my cap table. Will I be able to attract Arpita as an investor? Every time I go to her, she'll be like, but you have to get a yes from all these people, right? So it's just a lot more work. So how do we keep the number in check is one of the things that you should be very, very watchful. Not many people talk about this. This is probably one of those things that black box me. Not many people talk about it, but one of the main reasons deals are rejected, even if we feel the idea is good, is a bad cap table. One or two mistakes in that. Dead equity. Founder started with you, co-founder started with you, but has left you midway. Like 1 year into operations, she or he has left the company, but her equity is still on the cap table. It's of no use to the company. And she's not willing to go. What do? Then you're stuck. Then basically it becomes very difficult. Then I am, as an investor, supposed to come in and resolve that dispute for you and then invest into you. So that those kind of things are avoidable, and you should try in every which way to avoid those situations from day one. And that happens by being, one, extremely careful with whom you are bringing on board from day one. Incubators who put in grants or who put in that early money, those are okay because usually it's like 2 to 5% equity. But that also, please be very, very watchful about what is their past background and how much have they actually delivered on their promises. So as much due diligence a startup investor does on you, you will have to do double the due diligence. right? So it doesn't necessarily mean that you take as much time as they. You can quickly wrap up. But some of the ways that which you can do this due diligence is to talk to other portfolio companies. This is a very powerful way in which you can get a first-hand information. Have you done any due diligence on your investors when you took the money? Yeah. Can you just tell me like what did you do so that we get an idea?
Well, depends on the last one was from 500 startups, and the due diligence was much more focused on the IP. So they wanted to be sure that the IP was protected and the IP was ours, because some startups act like resellers, and they are not they don't really own the IP, and they want to be sure about that.
So that is the due diligence that they have done on you. Have you done any due diligence on them? Of course, it's 500, so it's a very reputed brand.
Yes.
But
yes.
otherwise, did you do any diligence on any of your previous investors?
With them, not much, because they have a very big reputation, but we haven't done that on the past, and was a huge mistake. We had bad angel investors in the beginning that caused problems in the futures, and was like a hell to take off these people from the company in the future. So you have to do the due diligence of them too.
Yes.
I totally agree.
So that's one of the main things that I would like to highlight. Thank you so much for bringing in your experience. That we do not think of it, because we are all so desperate when it comes to money, and you have your product, you have the customer sitting there wanting the product, so you want to sell, so you will take the money from where it comes. But that could really come and bite you in the back. So some of the things that you can do is to structure it if you are in such a tearing hurry, structure it in such a way that you don't have any obligation right now. Take it as a debt, convert it. Even with that, there are issues that can come up. So please have like a very good legal counsel. They're expensive, I know, but it's very essential. Today, of course, we have a lot more startup-friendly lawyers and startup-friendly company secretaries who are helping out. So please work with them so that they will guide you in the proper way. The reason that I stress so much on that first check is that's most critical to set your way from there on, right? Rest of them are a little bit more organized. So this is at a stage when you are validating your MVP. So T-Works would probably be seeing a lot of those stage companies given the work that they do here. This is, in Indian context, it's maybe at max up to $1 million. Again, depends on each geography, but I think on an average, it's in the same range across the world. We here see that anywhere from 20-30 lakhs to about a couple of crores, depending on the type of product, etc. And the due diligence that you should expect at this stage, given that you're very, very early, will be mainly on your cap table, who is bringing in what in the co-founder circle, and what are the claims that you're making. Say, for example, you said you have a letter of intent from a large multinational company. Then I would be interested to know, how did that conversation come this far? Who was the person who introduced you? Not to be, just to be sure that it's not half claim, not that you're just using a connection to get you that letter and then it's forgotten after that. So these are very essential things that as an investor I look at when I'm looking at an early stage company. But most early stage investors, including me, for us, it's the team that we get sold on. Everything else is secondary, right? Even if you build like XYZ app today, I know that if you are a good tech person with a great persona for being an entrepreneur, I would invest in you, because I know if not this, you will be able to figure out something else. You would pivot along the way, right? So the ability to be coached or pivotability, if I can use that word, is one of the things that early stage investors are very interested to evaluate. So this money typically is used for conducting market research, doing your initial trials, all the running around that you would do, right? So that's the main requirement that you would be satisfying with this. This is, of course, the first stage of funding. Where you raise it from angel investors, this is the space that you need to be extremely careful with. Most of the accelerator or incubator programs have a very standardized way in which they do these deals. So there's not much you can do with the agreement. But please review, especially if they're very new, accelerator or incubators, please review it or get it reviewed by an expert so that you're not getting into anything that you don't want to get into. There are a few micro VCs now which are investing at this stage. However, I would still say for the Indians in the room, they are not as fast as you would want them still. So it still has like some more time before they get there. But angels and incubators, accelerators are much better bets. So the seed funding, any questions, please keep it like, I know most of this is something that you can Google and get, but please use this time to get like real insights or, any questions that you have, please feel free to stop me anytime. The second stage is, of course, the seed funding. After you have crossed that critical MVP stage, you have now found your first few customers and you're starting to sell, and you need extra money to hire your first bunch of people. You need the money to travel across and sell your product to different markets. This is the stage at which you get like a seed funding, and this is a critical mass of money that you need. And most often than not, by here only some of the entrepreneurs manage to mess up their cap table. So I'm sorry for bringing it up so many times, because that could be like a real killer. So please be very, very careful and start, looking at who you want to look at for seed funding from the day one itself. So as much as we talk about funding and in the impact space again, right? So there's a lot of money that is available in the form of grants, in the form of foundations setting up funds now, etc. So it's all about where we go with our view about whom we want to take the money from. One of the most important thing is we talk about product market fit, we talk about co-founder fit. We don't talk enough about investor startup fit. So if the investor is super aggressive person who wants like 100x, who wants to go into this market, that market and all that, mainly the early stage investors. Afterwards, it's a different story, but the early stage investors. And you're somebody who likes to build things to perfection and then move to the next thing, there's a disconnect. And that will cause that constant, I wouldn't say friction, but it's constant conversation between you both. He asking you to accelerate, you saying, let's take it one step at a time, right? So these are things that it is your company at the end of the day. So you need to set that pace and he or she needs to follow through with it. Yes.
Regarding that topic, we were concerned about getting people from the industry that we work in. So we work in the tourism field. So we were looking, okay, do we get investors from the industry to get a lot of like expertise, or do we rather stick with investors from outside the industry to not have this case where they try to give you advice on maybe topics that you want to decide yourself?
I think you should take people from the industry for sure, because obviously it's not just the advice, they also bring connections and knowledge, right? So for that, like I would, in my case, for example, I'm in the fundraise journey. I know that there will be a lot of people who will give me free kagyan or like free advice, right? I would still conversationally tell them that this is, I am the boss. You're putting in money into my vision and you trust me on my vision. Extend your bandwidth with other things. But trust me that this is a 6 months, 9 months, 12 months plan. If it does not work, then I'm open to listening to what you've got to say. Even then, it's just I'm open to listening. At the end of the day, it's your game. So you play it like it's your game. A lot of investors also tend to be very, they have money or they have done their share in the world and now they have money. So they have this thing that they know it all, right? So I don't know if there are any investors in the room, but they kind of have this attitude. So you will have to say that they might, for all you know, they might know it all. But at the end of the day, it's your game and you're the one playing it. So you have to get them to trust your vision. While that is something easier said and done, as you move forward in the stages. In this stage, yes, you can still push through and get your word, but as you move forward, as you dilute more and more, the investors have a much bigger say in your business than you would want. But these are stages that you still have like a lot of liberty with what you do, and that should be the way it is. Does that answer? Yeah. Any other bits conversation? Okay. So these are the people that we can go for investment for seed funding. all the venture capital funds, most of them are early stage. Today you have one popping up in every street corner in India. So that's a good thing. And that's also a tricky thing because again, you don't know. Because when I started with my investment ecosystem journey about 13, 14 years back, I knew every VC in the country, their name, their phone number. Today, there are 1,000 plus VCs, which is a great thing for startups. But at the same time, you would not know people. So if somebody comes to me with a term sheet now and says, we know these people are interested to put the money, how are they? I have nothing to say, right? I'll have to call 3, 4 people in Delhi, Bombay and figure out, okay, kaisa hai, acha hai, not acha hai. So that is one thing, is the visibility with respect to how the intent or what is there behind is one of the issues. But to that, the counter is that all of these are SEBI registered funds. There's a lot more organized work that's happening. So all of these are SEBI registered funds. So SEBI regulates. We don't need to do so much diligence as before. SEBI regulates all of these funds. The next one is the angel investors. This continues to stay. Getting like a really good angel is a big plus, even at this stage, even at a seed stage funding. Say, for example, I'm building in a building tech or prop tech space, and I have somebody like My Home, which is our local company, which builds a lot of properties. I have My Home Avatar guys as my Home guys as my investor. Then obviously I get access, knowledge, database, everything that I need literally to run my business is available to me on a silver platter. All I need to do now is execution. So it just makes my life all the more easy. So absolutely, like, look at, while financial investors are okay for this investment, you need strategic investors. Just going back to your question, should you go with people from your sector? Absolutely, because that is where the strategic inputs come in. Even at this stage, I would recommend that you can still take money from, but again, look at the chemistry between yourself and the investor. That's the most important thing. Because here these are run professionally. There is a secretariat, the secretariat coordinates with you, the partner comes in once in a while, but it's mostly you and the secretariat who are coordinating, and mostly it's like, you give me the MIS for this quarter. The conversation is limited to that, right? But when it comes to an individual, there might be 100 other layers to that conversation. So again, be extremely careful with whom you're taking the money from. Venture capital, like we said, obviously the game for venture capitalists. How many of you people feel like venture capitalists are like not great people in general? Anybody who has bad experiences with VCs? Not this room? Okay, good. So a lot of people, like, because I have been on that side of the table, a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about why VCs are the way they are. Just like you have to raise money from us, we have to raise money from LPs. So our obligation to the LPs or the limited partners is much more. There's a lot more pressure. So if you feel like, and a VC is just skimming through and is not coming back, etc., it's not excuse. They have to respond. But please cut them some slack, because they also have 100 things. So I just am always trying to ease that disconnect between VCs and startups. Most VCs are today understanding that it's very important not just to put money, but actually support the company in their growth. Usually it used to be just on paper before, but now they're taking that seriously, especially because there's a lot of competition. From 400, 300 funds, today we are 1,000 plus funds. So now it's not just about the money, because I can give the money, Krishna can give the same money, but who is actually helping them get to the next round of funding? Who is helping to open the doors for the big corporate client? Those are the things that I would be more worried. So I think VCs also are upping their game. So in a way, it's good. There's like competition between them. Then incubators, accelerators, very few of these which actually do seed funding. Globally, of course, we have the Y Combinators, Techstars, 500 Co, etc. In Indian context, we do not have many incubators and accelerators who do seed funding at this stage. We, of course, have certain grants given by the government of India directly to startups, facilitated through the incubators. So this is the Series A funding. So if you have come here, then I think to some extent we have made decent progress. So I will stop here and would want to hear any questions, anything you want more depth in, or do you want me to jump to pitching? Because this is kind of self-explanatory from here. If you have reached this stage, then you don't need me after that. Yeah.
Just a quick comment. I would add also the importance of some awards on this process, because some awards you can earn money. For example, just beside here, you have GITEX Future Stars in Dubai, which have the Supernova Challenge, which pays $100,000 on award. And much others like Santander X Awards around the world that is 30,000 euros. So awards, especially for the startups that has a social impact, you have a lot of opportunities that you can get this money without not sharing any equity or something.
Absolutely. Brilliant point on non-dilutive money, right? But there's one startup, he's not here surprisingly today, but he's our poster boy when it comes to social impact startups and also raising grants. In fact, I invited him over to VHub recently to do a session on grants. Absolutely brilliant point. It's not just the money, it's the visibility and the network. That's the main, I think that's the killer. Even if you don't win, it's still okay, but the kind of visibility that you get on the stage, like yesterday, I was there at the day before yesterday, I was there as a jury for a couple of your pitches, right? And I saw Achieve, I saw Lend for Good. I mean, these are, yeah, you did, yeah. Which one was you? Ah, okay. So I think that's a great way to kind of get to see new people, for us to see new people, for you to build connections here in India, right? Now that I know that you're here and you're building this, obviously if there's a probability that you can expand into this geography, we have the conversation going already. So I think being present, especially even for us locally, we do go to a lot of places, but internationally is the next level of growth that you can look at. So thank you for bringing that up. So the non-dilutive grants are another excellent manner of putting yourself out there as well as raising some money to get you going. Yeah.
Oh, and anymore, and just quick and highlights. The people don't talk in the road from fundraising. The people don't talk. The very important strategy for is using your money for your client, and your revenue as is possible early receive for financial your road, but because your cap table is very important in road for fundraising, is just it's very hard, but it's possible use the money for your clients.
Yeah. Customer money is the best. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So there's one startup that I had the pleasure of mentoring from the very early stage. And we told them in the very first few weeks of the program that you're not investable. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. They were just not investable. Because when I invest as a VC or an angel, to some extent angels are different, but especially when I invest as a VC, I'm okay with you completely failing. I'm okay with you giving me 0x. But I don't expect that you give me a 2x, 3x. Unfortunately, in a way, the VC model is broken, but I don't want a 2x, 3x. I either want a 100x or I'm okay with you failing. Right? And that's not okay for entrepreneurs. You are okay with the 5x, 6x kind of a growth and building a sustainable company, building wealth and employment and creating impact. You're good with that, right? So customer money is absolutely like the most wonderful way that you can actually build this company. So in the example that I was sharing, so when I told him, that particular founder, that you're not investable, obviously it hurt him, and he had to go through like a full-on identity crisis for a little bit. But when he came out on the other end, he has pivoted his company in such a way that 6 years hence, he is now still not raised a single rupee of organized money. He has raised from friends and family, but not from the VC world. But he's doing much better. He's grown in revenues, I think, from then about 40, 50x, and he's the known name now, right? So it does not mean necessarily that you'll always have to go to the VC money. In fact, revenue funding or now we have a new model within the revenue funding where there are VCs which do revenue based funding. Say, for example, you're turning around every year or last 4 years, you have turned around 40 lakhs, 80 lakhs, 1.2 crores. There's a significant growth year on year. Then, depending on the growth that you have, depending on how much you need, depending on your revenues, I'm going to lend you money. It's pretty much like a lending kind of thing. So that is also picked up because a lot of entrepreneurs feel similarly that, why should I give up?
I think that this first mission for founders then is protect your cap table. Yeah. Yeah. Great.
So thank you so much again for saying that. I think that's the most critical thing. Okay. 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 Do we want to jump into a pitch deck? What we want to see in a pitch deck?
Just a quick question regarding the series, the seed round. So how do you evaluate the company at that stage? Because when you said pre-seed, you said, okay, max of $4 million valuation. How do you approach the valuation from a VC side in a seed round? And what kind of traction would you want to see at that stage for you to make a company investable? So what kind of traction do they already need to show, or what kind of metrics do they need to bring?
Seed stage, you're saying.
Exactly.
So again, it depends entirely on the trends that you're talking about. For example, 2021, the world went mad. VCs were investing into anything and everything. So now they're extremely overcautious. Even if you have great traction, they still look at 100 other things and have reasons to say no. So there's no one answer to this. It completely depends on VC to VC. For example, in one of the previous funds that I was running, we invested into a company which was doing sub $1 million revenue, but we invested it at a valuation of about 50 to 60 million, right? And the logic or the reasoning for us is we saw a direct benefit of us investing into that, because the minute that we invest, because we were a large entity, the minute that we invest, their revenue potential goes from 1 million to 10 million, just like that. Just like us putting in money and implementing it will make you grow like 10x in the next 1 year or 2 years, 1.5 years. So in those cases, it's very difficult to determine that this is the traction. But I'll tell you some measures, right? Like one of the things that I would want sorted before I put in that 1 million kind of check is is your team completely formed? And I'm not talking about 2 layers down. That's okay. That'll keep changing and that's fine. But your top 2 layers, even if you have not hired, it's fine. But you have a clear demarcation of the roles and responsibility of this person or persons who are going to be joining in those spaces. And your team, like the co-founder team, is completely in sync with each other on where the future lies. So a lot of times we also do a one-on-one interview separately with the co-founders, just to understand and align that everybody is on the same page. Right? So these will not, they'll never say, okay, I'm going to have a one-on-one with you. They'll say, we'll catch up for a coffee. All of those things will happen. So for us, it's a way to figure out that both of you are in sync, especially true when there are 2 founders. Then we kind of understand that, okay, both of them are in sync with respect to where they want to take this company. The worst thing is when co-founders don't get along, right? That's the worst. And 33% of companies fail because of that reason. And you cannot come back from that. And because this is the first big milestone with respect to funding, this is when we'll have to figure this out and move it. If you've seen the 2021 funding rounds that have happened, a lot of money has already been lost. Within 4 years, a lot of companies have already been shut down because this kind of diligence has not happened during those years. So instead of answering your question saying this is the valuation, this is the traction I would want, I would say that there are a lot of characteristics that I would want, including co-founders being completely in sync, the first 2 layers of management being in place. Third thing is, have you built a technology that is scalable? Is your okay, you might go to a million users, 5 million users tomorrow, but is the tech stack that you've built on this also scalable alongside with what you are building, right? And obviously, all the basic questions that we look at is the market really ready for this? All of this would have been done one stage earlier, but we still have one more lens on it. And that's always evidenced by the traction that you have on the ground. That is where the traction comes in. So if you might have like one big client, which is giving you 90% of your revenues, I would be concerned about that. Because then you're relying on all of your revenues from one. So you will have to then convince me as to where or why that is important for you. So it's more conversational rather than just saying, okay, if for $1 million raise, I need this much traction. If that answers.
Regarding your focus on B2B or B2C, do you see different expectations that you have towards traction in the B2B or in the B2C, or do you even, or because with a lot of VCs that we've talked, they don't do really B2C because they say, okay, you need way too much traction, pay way too much for marketing to get every customer. What's your take on that?
So I think obviously most investors, I was speaking to somebody who's just set up a fund, and I consider him to be like really open about all sectors and all, but he also said, I'm looking at only B2B. So most investors, because B2B is scalable and it's a 0 or 1 game, I either know that you're going to kill yourself over a period of time, or you're going to jump to be a great company giving me a great return, or you have a capability of being acquired by somebody. In a B2B, it's very clear to put like a direction in which you're going to go. Say, for example, you're building a product which can tomorrow be integrated into a CRM solution. Then I know that if you're not able to scale yourself, you'll obviously go and get it acquired by one of the bigger players, right? So there is an exit that I know. In B2C, there is no clear path to exit. And that is where investors kind of back down a bit. D2C, direct to customers, as we call in Indian context. I don't know if it's the same lingo used elsewhere, but D2C, yeah. D2C again is different. It needs a lot of money. It's a money guzzler. But that being said, most of the money that they use is not for the product, but for the marketing. Right? So it's a different kind of play for D2C. In fact, for D2C, I would suggest look at people who can help you with publicity, marketing, brand ambassadors, giving them like a small piece, which has become very common practice here, is that you give like 5-7% to a big Bollywood star or a Tollywood star, and then you kind of get them to do your ads with them. And the kind of visibility or eyeballs you get by doing that is much more. And D2C customer anyways has very low loyalty in the beginning days. It's only something that builds over time. So absolutely, there's a different lens that B2B, B2C, D2C investors look at. Yeah, there's completely different set of investors. So when I say, if I'm actually in the process of setting up a fund soon, and when I say that I'm a sector agnostic fund, people will be like, are you sure? Because I'm a stage specific fund. I like early founders. I want to invest only into early people, and I'm a people investor. I invest into people. So that all of those permutations, combinations, you look at early stage. As you go forward to seed and series A, you cannot get away with these things that I'm a sector agnostic investor, etc. They need you to be extremely laser focused on 1 or 2 sectors and go really deep, because you will also expect so much more support from the investor as you go to the next stages of your journey. Arpita.
Could you please elaborate the same thing with the B2B2C?
B2B2C. Essentially, it is B2B2C. Can you give me a little context of what you're building?
Not actually what we build, but there are models B2B2C, right? Could you please like elaborate the same thing, like what in your aspect, like how the investors would see regarding the B2B2C model?
It's very specific to that company. I'll need to understand a little bit more about where the revenues are coming and.
An agri-tech company who cater for B2C as well, B2B as well, but they also prefer B2B2C for some products.
So in that case, I think B2B customers, B2B investors are out. You have to go for B2C investors. B2B investors are typically only B2B investors. They don't want you to do anything else. They want you to get enterprise clients. They want you to deliver to the enterprise clients. They want you to give them exceptional experience, and that's about it. And keep renewing those, building on those, upselling to those customers. They want you to kind of take over other things that the customer is doing. And say, for example, you're into housekeeping and you start with a software to track which washroom is washed or whatever, simple app. Now, if I'm investing in you, I would expect you to eventually grow into becoming a full-fledged facility manager for all these facilities. That would be the path of sorts, like, loosely, that would be the path that I would look for you. I would not look for you to go sell products to them, sell Lysol, sell Harpic. I would not be interested for you to look into that. You might source it, you might include it in your billing. There might be other ways, but not as a product. So those are things that I would not want. If you do it, then I might not invest. It's not to say you should not do it. If you were to say, for example, forget the VC business for a minute and think of it as an individual, you find nothing wrong with it. I own T-Works contract. I will do everything for T-Works. I can just live on T-Works, what is T-Works going to pay, right? And I can employ so many people and I can grow slowly. So that is a traditional model. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And, we should have more and more people building like that, because VC money comes with a lot of restrictions. It is obviously, if I'm taking money from somewhere, you're always accountable, you're always, answerable and all of those things, right? So when you have a VC investable company or invested company, there's all that much restriction. So it's not as glorious as my people make it to be taking VC money, right? It's actually very painful. So I should not be saying this, but this is the truth. Any other questions? Can we go to the other presentation, please? So I'll quickly run you through what is it that we'll have multiple opportunities to meet investors in our journey, right? So there are multiple different types of pitches that you as an entrepreneur should always be prepared with. One is the elevator pitch. Say, for example, after this, you and I catch up for a coffee. I will need to hear in 60 to 90 seconds, what is it that you're building? What is the eventual path that you would be going to? And what is it that you want from this connection, right? Either you want a meeting or you want an introduction to the VHub CEO. There might be something that you would want, right? In that 60 to 90 seconds, how best can you translate what you're doing to the other person? Not to sell, but just to create a connection. That's what is the elevator pitch that we all talk about. Then we have the 3-minute pitches, which some of you excelled at yesterday. Who was pitching day before yesterday and yesterday? Anybody pitched? Yeah, you did? Awesome. I loved that whole format of 3-minute pitch. It was just very simple, very crisp, and you will have lots such opportunities. You obviously pitch, so you know how to do that pitch. Keep it simple, talk about your problem, talk about your solution, talk about the traction that you have achieved, and touch upon the team that you have already in place. And this is a great pitch to perfect, because there'll be a lot of occasions when you can just quickly jump on the stage and do a 3-minute pitch, right? And all of this is practice. I keep telling that I have stage fright. Now you might not, any of you might not think that I have stage fright, but I never used to talk as a young adult. I would never get on a stage. And a lot of us do suffer from stage fright, feel like once you're on the stage, you just kind of lose the first 10 seconds and all of these experiences. So I think every one of those is something that you'll have to navigate as an entrepreneur. And I think that's the beauty of being an entrepreneur, that it's not just about the money or about the impact that you create, but I think as a person, you go through an entire free transformation instead of paying some transformation coach. It happens to you on the house. So I think that's something which is wonderful, to get out there and take as many opportunities to go and talk on stage or pitch your product. So the second pitch is that. The third pitch is the pitch deck. So third pitch is where this is something that needs a little bit of sit down time, working on your pitch deck. Why is this important? Is a lot of times we are not there in person to explain the vision. We are not there in person to impress the other person with your knowledge, with your abilities, with your traction, etc. A piece of PDF is supposed to do that job, right? So how do you make this interesting enough? Interesting does not mean that you glamorize it with beautiful graphics, not at all required. In fact, it's an eyesore. Please don't do that. Keep the colors simple, solid. Keep the lines short, simple. You're not telling the entire everything that you have done in that pitch deck. One of the biggest mistakes I see is entrepreneurs want to cram up everything that they have done over the last 3 years into that one 13 slider or 15 slider. Absolutely not required. You might have done a lot to get there, but as an investor, I will be looking at 30 to 50 pitches on a day, right? So what will make me just sit up for that 30 seconds and say, okay, move it from pipeline to interested for evaluation. That's the only thing. That's the only shift you need to be able to make through the pitch deck. Within the pitch decks also, again, you have a couple of different types of pitch decks. If I'm using a pitch deck when I'm there in person, you use a different pitch deck. If you are sending out this pitch deck to people without your presence, you send a different kind of pitch deck. The one with which you are pitching directly has to be super, super short. Because a lot of times, say for example, there is a slide happening here. Most of you are still, looking at me. But if I kept turning and saying it serves as a visual aid to communicate the business idea, value proposition, and potential to investor, what happens is over a period of time, your focus will go off onto this, and you will lose the focus on the person. And then maybe there are things that I'm telling you outside of what is on the slide, but you will miss that because then I stopped impressing you. It's only the pitch deck that's impressing you now, right? So that we should not allow that to happen. And how do you do that? By keeping it as simple, just as pointers on the stage. While you're on the stage, it's just pointers for you if you want to just glance back and see and say, by the way, this is where we are at, right? So it should just be pointers. So we will skip all of this. Yeah, we know all of this you must have done multiple times. But one of the things that we have to be very careful is the first 30 seconds, like they say, is always especially when the pitch is 3 minutes or 5 minutes, you lose me within the first 30 seconds. At least if it's like half an hour, 1 hour like this, then I have multiple other opportunities to win you back. But otherwise, if it's a shorter pitch, then it's just those 30 seconds and then otherwise you switched off. Our phones are our biggest distractors today, so we just get into our phone. So how do you set that problem is one of the most important things. Of course, in the past, we used to tell a lot of techniques like start with a joke, tell an anecdote, tell a fact, and all of this. Now I think it's all general knowledge. Just get my attention to the room, right? It could be a joke, it could be something that you have done, but just get them hooked to your personality. That's the thing that you need to get. I had seen the pitches the other day. All of the 5 startups have done a fabulous job with that. That within the first 5-10 seconds, they got the audience completely enwrapped. So I think that's very, very important. And the whole point is if you establish the problem properly, then everything else makes sense. So take your time to establish what is the problem. Why is this problem worth solving? We're done? Okay. So this deck is there if anybody wants, but we can open for a couple more questions maybe. So just until then, I'll keep talking. If anybody has questions, please raise your hands. So when we don't do this, what I'm doing now, where I'm rushing through my pitch, don't do that. So please keep time for the end of the show so that you have some time to say thank you to your investors, etc. And also do not have like too much information. We've discussed that. Any kind of numbers you're throwing at people, please have the source. At the bottom, just have like a source saying that from so-and-so data. And nobody is going to be impressed by, while to some extent I differ with that. I think most entrepreneurs, I wouldn't use the word arrogance, but they are a very strong set of people and we like that and that's why we invest into them. But at the same time, one of the things that we also look at is how are they taking the feedback. If I'm asking you saying that, you know what, this might not be right, I don't want you to defend your stance then. You can just take the point and say, I will speak to you after the session, or, you know, make it a very, very calm statement back. Never be defensive, because it's just not that one investor you're losing, but the entire room by being defensive. Never be defensive on stage. So this is where I think I should call it, Arpita. Yeah, thank you. 1 second, yeah. Any questions? Maybe?
Any quick questions? We'll take couple only. Very quick questions. Yes.
So instead of slides, right? Let's say you have a very good video one, yeah, much better than the slides. Okay.
In fact, I'm building something on that. It's called the demoday.com, where we are building the entire pitch decks on. There's no pitch decks anymore. It's just you talking. There will be a pitch deck in the background, but I think we are tired of slides. We are also very tired. Okay. So in fact, whenever I ask people if they're asking some favor, any of the startups asking me anything, I ask them to leave me an audio note. If they want me to see something, I ask them to just send a screen recording of their demo or the feature or something, because we don't have that kind of, our attention spans have come so low. So video will work much better, at least for the next few years, I guess.
Any advice on what length? Maybe
3 minutes.
3 minutes
maximum.
Okay.
If you want to do like a full-fledged pitch, otherwise 60 seconds.
60 seconds.
Which is the same thing that we would say about an elevator pitch, right?
Yeah.
30 to 60 seconds.
Okay.
I think it is a great way to just get, especially when you're, say, for example, putting yourself in competitions where you'll get hundreds of applications. They always have an option of submitting your video pitch. Please take that option, because not everybody does. Yeah. So we also have that option for our application process at WeHub. Very, very few entrepreneurs actually pick that and they put their video pitch. And when it's a video pitch, it also shows like, I know whom I'm talking to tomorrow, right? So it just gives you a bit more perspective.
Thank you. What would capture your attention if you haven't heard of the startup before? How could they get your attention if they don't have an introduction to you? If they just send you a cold message or a cold pitch deck, do you even look at it if you don't get an introduction, or what would make?
I'm a very kind person.
Okay.
But no, it's not about that. I think it's just that warm introductions obviously work, and that is where the whole ecosystem comes into play, right? That's why you're here, right? Any investor that you want, say, from the Indian market now, you know me, I can introduce. It's like that. So warm introduction absolutely has its thing. Otherwise, it's just that when you have the investor tag, you walk into an event, you're just, at the end of the day, you're surrounded by people who might or might not be. I might lose a good startup because they're like 10 people. 10 people who are not really entrepreneurs also sometimes. So a warm intro really, really helps. Otherwise, one of the other ways that I like is a proper email. A proper formal communication over an email saying this is the value proposition. I would seek your time. I will not respond. Just keep resending on top of it until, at some point I'll be like, who is this guy? Let me respond. And that, even like that, I have met a lot of good entrepreneurs who have just been very, very persistent in their follow-ups. The third thing that has worked very well is, even if I say no to you today as an investor, I'm not interested in investing in you because of blah, blah, blah reasons. Some of the startups stay in touch because they want a particular investor on their cap table for whatever reasons they might have. They will make a short list of investors that they want to keep in loop, and they will keep sending them quarterly, half-yearly updates. So that I know there's a particular company, I still remember, he's probably not around anymore, but his company was called Receptio, and every quarter on so-and-so date, I would get his report. I had nothing to do with that company, but because the regularity with which that used to come, even after like 6-7 years after he stopped sending those emails, it's still there in my head. So that's what repetition does sometimes. That again has to be very selective. You wouldn't want to waste your energy on this. Probably have somebody in your team to do that for you. Okay, thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Thanks,
Thank
Arpita.
you, dear Miss Vinuta. Thank you for so much of your patience to answer all our questions. We have up next the digital democracy and us, all in our hands, WSIS plus 25 recommendations. This is being facilitated by Connor, startup consultant from Netherlands. So we request everyone to please come to the event space. Uh, this has an exciting element. We are going to launch the Digital Dance of Democracy Toolkit. This will be a collaborative open space with open mics and open hearts. So that's what the description says. So I request everyone to please be seated for the next exciting session facilitated by Connor from Netherlands. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Yes. We have last two sessions lined up for day 4 of the WSA Global Congress. The next immediate one is Digital Democracy and Us, all in our hands. And it's followed by a session on digital disability inclusion session and showcase, which will be attended by our very dear Special Chief Secretary Jayesh Ranjan sir, along with the founder president of Equally Able Foundation, along with Osama Manzar. And it will be attended by very interesting people from the community space where persons with disabilities are going to share their journeys of becoming digital entrepreneurs. We have founders of Surge who are here to give us an interactive demo of how they created a visual database of T-Hub for the WSA Global Congress. So we have 2 exciting sessions lined up. We request everyone to please join us here at the events room. Dear Connor, please come and take over the mic from me. Connor.
Connor, we are looking for you. Oh,
okay. I request Ajit, if you are here. The exciting part of this session is we will have our T-Works CEO join us for words of welcome. So we are looking forward to having him here. We are going to start the session in next 5 minutes. So please take your time, but please join us very soon. Good. How are you? Our facilitator for the session is here. So I request everyone to please be seated. We are going to start our next session titled Digital Democracy and Us, All in Our Hands. It's a collaborative open space with open mics and open hearts. I pass the mic to dear Connor.
Hi, everybody. Come on in and take a seat, please. Come on, people in the back. Come on in and join us. Take a seat, please. Thank you. Come on in. There's plenty of seats. Come on up, please. Join us. We're about to start. Hello. I see friendly smiles in the crowd. I see beautiful outfits in the crowd. Oh, I was going to wear the same, but I knew you were going to wear this, so I left it at home. Next time I will bring it. It's so nice to see you. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen. Please take a seat. I see our social B&B friends in the back. They need to come take a seat. I see Rodrigo from Brazil in the back. He needs to come take a seat. Who else do I see? I see our Naporta friends in the back. They need to come take a seat. I definitely see Sachi in the back having a conversation. Sachi needs to come take a seat, definitely. Come on in, everybody. Peter, we share the stage a little bit. Yes, of course. Simply introduce you and we walk people through WSIS. What is it and why do you need to create some recommendations?
Yes, that's what they want to say. Of course. Yes, no problem. That AI comes present. But the problem that we have is everybody is jumping to the line by the
It'll be at the end.
I need a Hyderabadi person.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Come on in. Those of you who are in the back, come take a seat. We're going to start right now. We're going to be joined by the CEO of T-Works at the end of this session. He's on his way, so he'll join us at the end of the session. So we're just going to start now so we don't get more behind. So come on in. And can I ask for help from the WSA team in the back to shovel people up towards the front? George, come on up. Take a seat. There are chairs up here. There's chairs over here on the side. Come on in. I'm going to keep yelling at you until you take seats. For those of you who are already in and you're in chairs, can I ask you to do me a favor, please? Please give yourselves a nice round of applause. You've done the right thing. Okay. I've been asked by the people in the building, we need to be a little bit quieter. Can you give a very small round of applause? Small? Okay, now a little bit bigger round of applause. And now just a little bit bigger. Okay, now a really big round of applause. Okay, all right. Hey, look at us. We have our energy back. This is nice. Now people want to come in because you have brought them here, so thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Connor Satley. I'm part of the WSA network since 2014. One of the things I am most proud of at this conference is that we have the ability to discuss anything on the agenda. The reason we have the ability to discuss anything is because one of our favorite sessions is this one where we ask, what should we have talked about in this agenda? We've been together for 2 or 3 days. We had some sessions talking about challenges that startups are facing or that social enterprises around the world face. The question I have for you is, what did we not discuss? So I invite our winners, first and foremost, our WSA experts, our local partners, and any other guests to please think about what do they think is nice if we discuss briefly here as a group. Each topic you suggest and explain the topic only, just the topic, a sentence or two. I will ask the crowd, does this seem like something that we should spend 5 or 6 minutes discussing? If the crowd agrees, we discuss it right here, right now. We get through as many topics as we can in the next 30 minutes. Does that sound okay? Let me know with a small round of applause if this sounds okay. Okay, this sounds good. I don't think I have more microphones, so it's just going to be cardio for me. Who? Yes, well, now there's 2 microphones that I have. It'll still be me. So, are there people in this audience who have been attending WSA Global Congress for these last 3 days that have a suggestion on a topic that we could discuss here as a group, something that was not on the agenda, that should have been on the agenda, that we should discuss? Who has an idea of something? Who is brave enough to suggest something that should have been discussed? Oh, I read the agenda and these cowards, they left that off of it. What is it? What is the reason behind my cowardice? Yes? No one. We've covered everything perfectly. Yes, we have an idea. Yes? No? Okay, she's formulating. Has anyone formulated? Yes? Take this one. Yes. Can you explain to us the... Oh, you're helping me with the microphone. Okay, sorry. She's helping me with the microphone. She's formulating. WSA winners or WSA experts? What is a topic that if you saw it on the agenda, you say, finally, a little bit of bravery, this is what we should discuss. Babak has a topic for us.
Reducing the reliance on big tech.
Reducing reliance on big tech. I think this would have been an excellent thing to have on the agenda. Who thinks a 5 or 6 minute discussion on reducing reliance on big tech is something that is useful to have on our agenda today? Okay, I need 5 votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is definitely seconded. We have 15 or so votes. I ask you another question. Who has something to say on the reliance of big tech? I think Babak does, but does anybody else work on reducing reliance on big tech or have thoughts? We start with Babak. Yes, we come up to Rodrigo, and then we see who else wants to speak. So Babak, give us 1 or 2 minutes of reducing the reliance on big tech, and then we'll go around the room. Give us your perspective, Babak.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. Well, yes. Okay, so at the start of the conference...
Can you stand up, please, and introduce yourself and where you are from first? Because not everyone knows Babak.
Hello, everyone. Welcome this morning. I'm Babak. I'm representing Brazil. I'm originally from Iran. And I work with news organizations in Brazil, mostly providing alternatives that do not rely on big tech. Well, no, I do other things too. I was very happy at the start of the conference when Peter mentioned big tech, specifically the big 5 is what he said, as being irritants in us as a group and the types of work that we do in being able to provide the services that we want to provide, that is, do good for the world, where big tech in specifically, but by extension, capitalism in general, prevents us from doing exactly that, because these companies are in it for the money. They're not in it for making the world a better place. And so, meanwhile, there are many alternatives that exist that we can use instead of having to rely on big tech.
Give us a few examples.
A few examples is, I was talking to Rodrigo earlier about this, instead of using Twitter, we can use Mastodon. And that's on a personal level, but it's also on an institutional level. That is, a state can say, oh, we're no longer going to provide information through Twitter, we're going to provide it through Mastodon.
Okay.
WSA, I'm going to do one more. Mm-hmm. They can say, oh, no, we're not going to use WhatsApp, because people, you should not be on WhatsApp. We should use Signal. Or something else.
And why should we care? We're going to go around the room, but in a sentence or two, Babak, why must we reduce our reliance on big tech?
Because we should not live our lives at the whims of those that do not care about us. And with that, I'm specifically pointing to the likes of Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and to a lesser extent, Sadiela of Microsoft and our good friends at Google.
Rodrigo, you wanted to jump in on this. Has he taken all of your points, or do you have things to add?
Okay, so reliance on big tech, and I do respect, and I have walked that path that Babak talked a few years ago, and it's complicated. So my take on this is similar to vendor management. We are dependent on some technological vendors. We are dependent on all the layers of IT, and we need to have them convinced that we can get rid of them. But we will never be able to get rid of them all at once. So they all have to know that one of them is going to be elected for the chopping block on that year. This will get us more leverage for negotiation, better prices, and especially now more leverage to discuss sovereignty over data and the processes. Because we need to get rid of them while we do what we do. The Luddites, the people who broke up industrial technology in the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, they didn't win. They were defeated. They were hanged, they were deported to Australia, and they were forced to fight against Napoleon.
So the key
We don't want to be the Luddites.
Don't be the Luddite, but build the technology with alternatives to the big tech. Yes, I understand. We had one more comment over here, and I already have another topic that's identified. So will you please stand up, introduce yourself, and let us know your thoughts reducing reliance on big tech?
My name is Neeti Virmani, and I'm coming from South Korea. I think while I understand, where you're coming from, there is no way that we can reduce this reliance. We may be, in a position to perhaps, create securities, privacies, but in my view, I think it's just going upwards. It's not going to go downwards. I think what we need to perhaps discuss rather is how to make intelligent use of technology and not just use it left, right, and center. Like we were discussing in the AI room in the morning, and Dorothy mentioned that why does everyone need to jump on the AI wagon?
Right, of course.
So using it judiciously and wisely is what I would say.
Excellent point. Thank you so much. And first of all, can I have a small thank you round of applause for those who have jumped in on this topic? Small round of applause, but only a small round of applause, as our chairman, Peter Brook, has been urgently waving that he has something to say on reliance on big tech too. So, Peter, give us your thoughts on this topic.
I won't give you my thoughts on this topic because I will follow onto this open mic session with an introduction to you on the World Summit on Information Society process. And all of you who feel very strongly about this issue, not just on reliance on big tech, but on our dependency on big tech, I will ask you for your input right then, because there are ways and avenues by which we can make this sense of powerlessness vis-a-vis big tech, turn it around, and there are avenues for how to manage that. So stick around for another 30 minutes, 20 minutes, and we will come back exactly to this question because there is an avenue how to handle this rather than just to submit.
Thank you. A big round of applause for Chairman Peter Brook, please. Yes. I have another topic. Oh, yes. Okay. That was a small to moderate round of applause. Peter believes he deserves more. All right, let's wake Peter up with a big round of applause for Peter Brook. Thank you. All right. The man knows the applause he needs. I like it. We already have another topic lined up, so even though I see even as many as 3 or 4 hands on big tech, we're going to close the conversation on big tech, and you already have some discussions lined up to talk to over coffee for more. We have another topic coming from our Brazilian delegation, and you don't want to anger the Brazilians in this year's delegation. They're very successful and very organized and very unique. So from Brazil, it's our representative from Naporta who's going to suggest our next topic.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I am Brazilian. Actually, we came up with 2 or 3
Bring the mic up to your mouth.
topics. Can you hear me well
Yes.
now? Actually, we came up with 2 or 3 topics.
Must
here.
choose one.
I think for now would be nice. I know we talked about a lot about technology and how AI is gonna be important somehow, but I still believe in human race. So I think that if we could talk a little bit more about in the race of AI automation, how do we keep community voices and local knowledge at the center?
Okay. In the race towards AI, how do we keep community voices at the center? Have I summarized this? And local knowledge at the center. Thank you so much, Dorothy. How do we keep community voices and local knowledge at the center, even as we race towards using AI? Can I have some hands coming up? Who thinks that this is an interesting conversation? I know Dorothy does. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's overwhelming, so we'll talk about it. It's on the agenda now. Community voices and local knowledge in the race towards AI. So, can I see some hands as to who would like to speak or who has thoughts on this topic? And can I ask you for your thoughts first? Is that fair, since you've suggested the topic? Can you frame it for us and let us know what we should be thinking about?
I think there are so many layers when it comes to AI. We were just discussing about that back then because we at Naporta, we work with communities, with favelas, with people there in remote areas that do not usually use AI. And we were discussing about the importance of it. But sometimes what we are feeling, especially in Brazil, we have, how am I explaining that? People are really willing to use as much as they can. AI became a really big thing, but sometimes I believe that we are losing the humanity of the conversations of creating content, of information, on how dealing with humans. I just heard a friend of mine saying something like that. I don't think that this is normal, but at least not for me. She was like, "Oh, I was having this conversation with a partner, and I was really stressful. I wanted to respond it to him, but I didn't know what to answer, so I just write it down to AI so she could help. The AI could help me to respond it. I think okay in a frame that's interesting, but on the other hand, I think it's really odd what's going on.
There's a loss of humanity in this somehow. I see.
Yeah, so we're discussing that. I think there's a silver lining here. It is important to adapt. It is important to adopt, and we have to understand the benefits of the AI, especially when it comes to poverty and communities that do not have these and that could be empowered by that. But at the same time, what are the limits of the AI?
Let's give her a nice round of applause for being so brave and giving us a topic. Excellent. And I see hands coming up. Who is interested to talk on this topic about community voices, local knowledge in AI? I have one in the front. I have one behind. Yes? And I have one in the back and one over here. Yes, so, sir, we start with you. Stand up, introduce yourself, and love to hear your thoughts.
Okay, Ahmed Al-Shagra from the Iraqi delegate.
Our friend is from Iraq. He has traveled all the way from Iraq. Let's give him a round of applause. That's a long way to travel. That's very good.
So,
share with us your thoughts.
So to agreeing with what our colleague said, yeah, one thing that we've noticed in work, one thing I've noticed in working on multiple startups is that as societies use AI technology generally more and more, there's a lack of reliance on people, hence the disintegration of communities. Because if we want to differentiate, community is where interdependency is a key characteristic that separates a society from a community. So as we move forward, we're noticing an acceleration that every one of you will probably opt to ask GPT for advice as opposed to your elders or your friends. So what we're noticing now is even in learning societies, peer-to-peer is decreasing. What we need to do, in my opinion, just as a recommendation, and I hope this lands in an actionable way, because my beef with WSA as a tech guy is that it doesn't have a lot of actionable stuff. It's a lot of emotions and hugging, and I want to see more like arm wrestling going on. So, like as a recommendation for actionable stuff, we should be using AI to connect and create interdependency amongst our individuals, as opposed to just letting people roam free. Thank you.
That's very good. This is some nice arm wrestling. Let's give him a little round of applause. All right, later we've just added to the agenda that Peter and I will arm wrestle in front of the audience. But I think you meant it metaphorically, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, we'll see. We do have some questions. I'm going to prioritize the people who raised their hands first and who haven't spoken yet. There's somebody over here. Yes, sir, please.
Hi, this is Joshi, one of the youth ambassadors, especially on the from India. Yeah. So especially on the local knowledge, I think many a times when we talk about bringing the local knowledge towards to global communities, language stands as a barrier. So I think we should even a bit talk more about how we can integrate or include a lot of people who are not well versed with the global languages and take it to the ground roots,
Absolutely.
grassroots level.
Absolutely.
To really bring that local knowledge. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us. Have you met? Let's give him a little round of applause for jumping in. Have you met our friends from Kaya AI? Where's Kaya AI? Raise your hand. Is Kaya AI in the room? You need to meet the Kaya AI guys. They're from Ghana. They're so good at this, at programming AIs for local languages. It's brilliant. So make sure you meet them. There is one more comment over here, and then we move to the next topic. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
Amitabh Kundu.
You just need to hold it close to your mouth.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Amitabh Kundu, I've been associated with data collection in some of the South Asian countries and also West Asia. You know, our first priority in generating data in an objective manner was not really to bring in the local knowledge or community participation. We thought, at least before a decade, that the best way of getting the objective data is to ensure confidentiality to the person who is responding, and also to ensure that the enumerator or the respondent are not personally benefiting from the information. But now, after doing 2 massive surveys in India, I noted that instead of taking 15 households in every village with 400 or 600 households, it is better to talk to some of the local people. And they exactly know that our 15 samples household may go wrong. But they know exactly, you talk to 2-3 people and you get the list of the people who are utilizing the digital system or having toilets. So I thought that using local knowledge is very important. But there is one problem. The moment you involve the community, which we are doing increasingly now in data generation, because surveys are being conducted to meet some of the objectives. For example, giving the poverty card, giving the deprivation benefits. So the moment you have that objective in mind, the respondent knows that the information provided is going to be used. So there comes the bias. And also you ask the person to identify by caste. The person responds as he or she should, because he belongs to that caste, not exactly giving the actual information. Number 2. And final point is that what is happening now, you get the information from the household and then put it up in the notice board in the village community, so that community verification takes place. So that really violates the basic idea of confidentiality. Because if you mention something in the census that I have 3 houses, and actually you pay taxes for 1 house, then you cannot be taken to the court of law because confidentiality is there. But the moment you put it in the community level, village level, everybody knows about it. So objectivity of the information gets compromised. I would like this issue to be considered seriously in the context of other developing countries.
Yes, thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. This is a very, very important point. The value of local knowledge, but the burden of collecting it and the responsibility of treating it reasonably and ethically. It's such an important topic, and I'm so glad you brought it up. Thank you so much. I know I see many, many hands coming up, but we must continue. I look to Nora on how we're doing on time. Do we have time for one more topic? We have time for one more topic. Yes, you have a new topic. We have a topic over here. Okay, a quick game of rock, paper, scissors between the two of you. Ready? In the air. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors. Do it again. Rock, paper, scissors. You can't keep doing scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh no, it's the moderator's nightmare. One more time. Rock, paper, scissors. No. All right, let's hear what the topic is. Please join us.
Okay. Tough luck, bro.
We have 2 mini topics. Yes.
Okay, so that's no probabilities, my friend. What I'd say, just to be consistent with the action-oriented approach, I've heard a lot of the attendees today as a criticism to everyone, which is not going to make me popular, talk about data and the control of data, while almost no mention of open source AI modeled algorithms. Now, the solution is not to withhold data. The solution is open source algorithms.
Excellent. So open source is the topic. Yes? Let's hear what the topic is over here. First, before we go into open source, let's hear the topic.
Hi, my name is Kwesi Ford from Ghana, and my topic is on digital citizenship. Digital citizenship, but the view is to talk more about who is the widest or largest who has the digital footprint. And I think that the digital native person is the gamer, is the electronic sports people, the guys doing gaming currently. Because if you take out Meta, Nvidia, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, and even Sony, they all have gaming businesses underlining them.
These are two very interesting topics, but we only have time for one of them. So we're going to do a quick. Yes, but we don't have time. We don't have time for every topic, unfortunately. I know it's brutal. It hurts my soul. I want to hear all the topics. The topic was digital citizenship and who has the biggest digital footprint. Let me finish, please. And a very interesting perspective that maybe the digital citizen with the widest footprint are gamers. And so talking about gaming and the production of gaming and the digital footprint that gamers have. And also, then we have this topic on data, but not just data, the power of open source technologies to create good impact in the world and to create technologies. Yes, it's all right. So I would like a quick vote because we can only discuss one of these topics. So we have gaming, we have open source. So open source AI, and we have digital citizenship footprint with gamers. Okay, so who's thinking gaming might be a more interesting topic? Digital citizenship and the footprint of gaming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, hands down. And then open source for AI and for technology development. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoop, that's a lot. Okay. Now, if you want to discuss gaming, you know exactly who to discuss. I think this is a very fascinating topic. We must have you back next year. We'll get it on the formal agenda. Peter has already approved this. Don't worry. You talk to him about it. He'll handle it. But we talk about open source, and I know that I have incorrectly summarized your topic. So I want to give you the floor again to tell us a little bit more about the topic that you've brought.
Thank you all.
Can you introduce yourself one more time?
My name is Ahmed Al-Shagra. I've been doing startups for 20 years. I'm the evil side of the table, right? So I'm a capitalist. Now, but I also come from an edtech background and a socialist family, so I have multiple personality disorder. So I got that from Baghdad, but like it's awesome. So in a nutshell, look, like from a strategic point of view, when we look at the discussion on AI, everyone's obsessing about data, which is fair. However, if you obsess about data, you're actually surrendering that the algorithms that power the AI technology are proprietary and out of your control. That is incorrect. The essence of training AI is about data using algorithms. Now, China proved this to be the best approach to compete with big tech. China open sourced AI. It made it a mandate. What Europe is currently in the process of doing as well is mandating that algorithms are open source as well. We, as the other side of the world, have an opportunity because we haven't really invested enough to get locked in yet. And we can open source, we can mandate that any of the investments driven by government and or government subsidiaries and or those getting awarded government contracts in our parts of the world need to use open source algorithms. Now, combined with the immense amount of data that we have in our part of the world and our open source algorithms and those of the world, we could basically flip the table on big proprietary tech and take control of our own AI. Thank you.
Wait, stay up here. I have two things. First, a round of applause. Second, a point that, did you see Peter Brook is taking notes? He's going to talk about the WSIS after this session, about recommendations from this body to the WSIS. I think this is a very interesting one. So remember it so that we can note it down in a very formal sense. The third is just, you said earlier, sometimes it's hugging and it's not arm wrestling, it's not actionable. One question for you, make it actionable. If there's somebody here that is building some AI tools locally, and we know that there's at least 4 or 5 projects that are doing this, what should they do tomorrow to embrace open source in their AI work?
Okay, that's straightforward. You start off with the mandate that all of your algorithms will be published under Creative Commons licenses. You start off with making sure that the data sets that you use are open source and or any data produced by your models are also open source. Be consistent with community and make sure that you have a sustainable model on Creative Commons and open source. And from that point on, you're good to go.
Creative Commons license, make your AI open source, make the data also transparent and open source, and then be consistent with your community.
Absolutely.
3 things you can do tomorrow if you're working with AI to work on open source.
I can give an example if you like. So one of the gentlemen here mentioned an alternative to X or Twitter, previously Twitter. Now Blue Sky does something, bluesky.com does something exceptional when it comes to giving control to the consumer on how the algorithm is maintained using UX that describes what the algorithm can or cannot do with your data in your timeline. So they seem like fundamental changes, but they're actually minor changes in the way you handle UX, licensing, and data.
And they're massive changes in your experience and the information that you're seeing. And yes, exactly. Let's give him another round of applause for bringing such an important perspective. We have time for maybe one or two comments around the room on open source AI. Comments? I look quickly and then we move on to the next topic. Yes, Dorothy, I'm so glad. Yes, please.
First of all, congratulations. Excellent topic.
Yes.
But there are a lot of debates at the moment on what constitutes real open source. So we should bring that in. And secondly, the big debate. I open my data and then the huge proprietary solution uses that data and sells it back to me. How do we address that? So, no. It's just, yeah.
If anybody knows the answer to this question, aside from him, I'll give them the microphone. I know, but I want to hear your thoughts on this. I think, Osama, you raise a good point. There is no answer, but what are your thoughts?
Okay, so there is a partial answer, if not yet fully baked. So the partial answer is to use what we've learned from using open source, which is you mandate that any data and or tech with Creative Commons or open source needs to be declared as, and that starts spilling into proprietary tech and data. So then you need to open source whatever it's mixed up with. So the legalese that goes into Creative Commons and open source basically converts proprietary into open source if they exploit that. Yeah, but then we can like slap them with a really, really big ruler.
Less than 15 minutes after you asked for just a little bit of arm wrestling, we have some interesting back and forth. I like it, and I knew Dorothy would provide it. But Dorothy, you only failed to do one thing. You didn't tell us where you're from and introduce yourself. Not everyone is an old friend of yours like me. You must introduce yourself, please.
My name is Dorothy Gordon, and I'm obviously Iraqi because I've been fighting with him for a long time. No, I'm actually from Ghana. But also Indian.
Also Indian, yes. We heard about this at the beginning of the WSA. Okay, a big round of applause for all three of our great topics today. Thank you. It's very important that we make sure to get on the agenda the things that you like, but it does not stop here. We continue these discussions afterwards, over lunch, over dinner, at the gala. If you want to talk about digital citizenship, footprint, and gaming, we know who to talk to. If you want to talk about open AI, we know who to talk to. Open source AI, not open AI. Whoa, that was a big mistake. Sometimes I get rolling, you know. If you want to talk about local community voices and knowledge in AI, you know who to talk to. And what was our first topic with Babak? Capitalism. If you want to talk about capitalism, go talk to your friendly neighborhood capitalist. So thank you. Listen, this session is physically in this room, but it does not have to only be in this room in terms of the influence of the things that we discuss. Because of the work of Peter Brook over the last 26 years, there is a formal connection that Peter would like to tell you about how we can give recommendations to a very high-level group that will carry this forward as recommendations for social entrepreneurship around the world. So Peter, I give you the microphone. Tell us how we can be of service to you and to the world with the thoughts that we have here.
I'm not taking the microphone from you because I want you with your good energy to stay here.
I will stay here, but you must take the microphone because otherwise they cannot hear you.
Second microphone. So let's give an applause to Connor. You see, Connor can do something which a lot of other people cannot do, which is interact with a large group of people. Okay? Now, I'm taking you to a place where there is very little interaction with the people. There's a lot of interaction between governments and the organization which thinks about people. This system does not work here. It is not turned on. No, you can't help me. You can help the technology. Okay, are we having this now? Can you go to the next slide and go? I want to have the clicker here. I want to have the clicker.
We've got it, Peter.
Okay. Does it work?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so what I'm taking you to is, I'm taking you to this wonderful location. This is the United Nations. And the United Nations decided in 2001 to have a World Summit on Information Society. And the issue there was what you were talking about before in terms of open source and dependency. They were talking about what is the transformation of society through computers, through telecommunications, through the joining of computers and telecommunications called internet. Okay, so this was what it is. And what you see here is a number of different kind of goals which are linking up from the business process to the sustainable development goals on the Millennium Development Goals at that time. So this is a very interesting way of projecting things which you cannot. Can you read that? No, you can't. Okay, so we'll talk about these things in a quick way. The idea here is that I'm going to invite you to say the leverage of WSA, which you can see here. Let's bring this to bear on the discussion of where you want globally and also continent and country-wise, where you want the digital society to go. Okay? Now, this is a very difficult question, and I have an easy way, which is the corner-settler way of doing it. So that is, I give you a choice. First, you can say something now, and if nobody says something, I will have a vote. Does anybody want to speak on this issue, or do you want to vote right away? Okay, let's have a vote. There are three terms which I feel, which I sense that you are having a very strong connection to. Okay? So if WSA goes to Geneva, which of the three terms would you feel are most qualified to represent your current sentiment in this room? Okay, one is digital dependency, breaking digital dependency. Second term is digital colonialism, of how to get out of digital colonialism. Third term is digital hegemony. Okay, so three terms: dependency, colonialism, hegemony. Do you feel, Ahmed, that this represents your sentiment of things? I'm not asking you to speak, but I'll just say no. Which other term would you suggest?
I'd probably go with something more like digital justice.
Digital justice, okay. Four terms. Anybody else wishing to add another term? Okay.
Using digital judiciously.
That's the real soft way of doing it. Okay, our friends from Tibet have a suggestion.
From Nepal, data security and zero knowledge proof, like technology.
You are adding to it, but these are subtexts. So first of all, we talk about the very big way of how to put it. So there's four terms. Now, all those of you who would want to vote for digital, sorry, Alexander, did you want to say something? No, breaking the digital dependency. Breaking the digital dependency. Yeah, breaking the digital dependency, fighting digital colonialism, breaking digital hegemony, or advocating digital justice. Is that a good way? Ahmed? Okay, can you wave with your hat so that we see that he is agreeing, okay. And he has less hair than I do, which is very helpful to me. Okay, are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor of digital hegemony, please raise your hand. Connor, you help me count. Breaking digital hegemony. Okay.
I've counted.
Okay, very good. Getting out of digital colonialism. Okay, so we have.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Nora, can
13,
you please
14,
write
15,
down
16,
the
17,
numbers?
19.
19. Getting rid of digital hegemony.
I've counted
Okay.
again.
No, dependency we had. Going for digital justice.
Digital justice? Let's
Okay,
do digital justice.
We'll go to the
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17. 17.
So, which did we not have?
Digital dependency.
Okay, so all those who say breaking the digital dependency, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Was that
23. So,
23.
breaking digital dependency has it, and we will augment it with digital justice. Is that a good way? Okay, very good. Now, the second question which I have to you is what are roads to success? Okay, there was somebody who was saying WSA is much too much on hugging. I think that this person has some kind of relationship issues, but we will go to actionable things. Okay, what do you think is the best way for the global civil society and social entrepreneurship community, social impact investors and so on, to move? First, to advocate that big tech should be taxed much, much more, up to 75% in each country. First idea. Second, it is that all users should abstain from using big tech applications and platforms and whatever media. So first, taxes. Second, abstinence. Okay, do not use it. Third one is let's all use more media education, literacy, and so on for a more intelligent use. Okay? Connor, would you think that this represents in some way the range of sentiments in this room?
Tax, boycott, educate. I think
That's
there's
right.
there's subtexts that could get more specific.
Okay.
But as broad strokes, I think this captures a lot.
Okay. I never got more praise from Connor than just now.
Don't get used to it.
Let's thank him for this. Okay. Okay, are you ready? Do you want to discuss it? No? So you're all very good in voting? Okay. Connor, you... Okay, here is the one and only wise woman in this room, Mrs. Dorothy Gordon. She is from Iraq, she said.
You know, if you tax big tech, who's going to pay that tax? Exactly. So just remember that if you tax, they will pass it on to you in pricing.
This is the submission idea. No, the taxing goes on the profits. Okay, so if you tax the profits which are taken by big tech out of a country, that is what it goes. It does not go directly onto whatever. Yes, I'm saying tax the profits. Thank you very much, Mrs. Gordon, for this kind of amendment of my motion. Thank you, that's very helpful. So, first one is tax the profits. Secondly, make everybody abstain, or what Connor reduced to boycott. And the third one is all users should make more intelligent use. Okay? Are you ready to vote? Connor, are you ready to count?
I'm ready.
Okay. All those in favor of taxing the profits, please raise your hand. 1, 2. Okay.
19.
19, Nora, please. All those in favor of making a big motion, actionable recommendations from WSA, not to hug but to abstain, or to abstain and hug. Boycott it. Okay. All those in favor of boycott? One,
two.
People
like their Microsoft Word. What can we say?
Okay, very good. All those who say more media literacy and more intelligent use, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 39 or so. A lot.
39. You're overwhelmingly against the chairperson of WSA, because I am in favor of taxing. Okay, but we will do this, the very wise thing. We will have combined. Okay. Is that good?
The chairman never loses.
Do I have unanimous support? Okay, Connor, can you get everybody to say this is what we all want?
All right. By a show of hands, does this sound like a good recommendation from WSA to bring to the UN in Geneva? Show of hands. I see a majority of WSA delegates and winners are raising their hands, so we consider it a majority, and it looks like it's passed, Peter.
Thank you all. This has been a wonderful session. And the next session is one which Osama will want to do, and he will want to introduce something to you, which is wonderful. But Osama is not here because he's looking for his new turban. Is Osama here? He wants to introduce the democracy kit, which is standing here already. Osama? Osama, I have introduced your democracy.
Before Osama introduces digital democracy, we had one speaker on the agenda who I'm not sure if he's here. It's the CEO of T-Works. Is Joginder Tanakela here? Yes, of course. You're right in the front.
Oh,
we cannot
there's a guy with a tie. There's a guy with a tie. Let's give him a hand. Very good. What is your name?
So everyone, good afternoon. I'm Joginder. Welcome to T-Works. And actually, I'm very happy to see you all here. And it's so nice to see so many countries also here. May I ask how many countries are here?
63.
63 countries. Wow, I think you should all clap for yourself. Huh? Yeah, fantastic. So,
did you have as many? Did you have as many countries here before?
I'm not sure. No, I don't think so. No. Yeah.
Let's have a marble stone downstairs and say WSA came here, 63 countries, and tech will not move us.
Fair enough.
Okay,
fair enough,
very
yeah,
good.
Thank you. And I think we should all cheer for Connor. I haven't seen a moderator who's who's trying to engage the audience so much. And I never saw. I have been on that side trying to raise my hand so that the moderator will see me and give me an opportunity to answer my question. So he did a very democratic way of doing things, that do rock, paper, scissors, and then, of course, it worked out in a tie all the times. But
so Connor, you got the job here.
So I think
T-Works needs you.
So I think what we saw there was, digital democracy meeting physical democracy. So I appreciate that very much because here we are all about physical democracy. As you can see, it is India's largest prototyping center and also the world's second largest prototyping center. So prototyping is, of course, when you are able to make a physical object just one step before commercialization. But before that, I would like to say that please think of it as a maker space where a lot of creators come to work together and do things. And we have people from all walks of life coming here. So those friends of ours who are in India and probably Hyderabad, you are most welcome to visit here again. And please use our facilities. We are also expanding outwards. So we are democratizing the prototyping and makerspace movement by going to villages and establishing more of such centers, but smaller centers in the districts and in the nearby rural areas, because we want people from all sections of society to be able to think of themselves as makers. So once again, welcome to all of you and have a fantastic time in Hyderabad. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The microphone goes here to Osama. Osama, what are we going to see here now?
Yeah, so I just want to also add that I was talking to Jokinder and I was telling him that we want to host one more event here. He said, sir, please host as many as you want, but keep some commercials also for us. Don't ask free space all the time.
Okay, very
So, yeah, okay. So that's a first line for democracy. Okay, so this, Nora requested me before I release and reveal about it, she said to set to you three things. After this session, there is a session on disability where we are going to have a lot of entrepreneurs who will be here and discussing about the issues around digital and disability. And we will also reveal and announce a research that has been done, and we will reveal that book, and also we will announce a program that we are going to do with Telangana government. So, but that is also the time of lunch. So it will be, you have to manage how you may be able to attend that and also have your lunch so that we have your attendance also and also the kitchen. The second part is there is a 2 o'clock, right? There is a closed door meeting with Telecom Secretary who is coming here. And some of you who would be interested in knowing the meaningful access and telecom infrastructure of the country and want to ask questions, want to take some learning from here, we are, like yesterday, we are also going to organize one more session with him from 2 to 3 or something like that, right? So just keep that in mind. And here is what, where is Peter? Yeah, please come. Okay, so for many of you who may not be knowing, Peter last year started working on futurizing democracy. Although he is from Europe, he is not as much in danger as the Europeans have made the other country into democratic danger. You know, he is teaching us and trying to tell how the future of democracy can be taken care of in a digital era. And that's an amazing, amazing topic. And we started working from there, a toolkit that can actually ask you difficult questions and play game on futurizing democracy. So thanks to him, we got inspired to start doodling and making gamification of how to play democracy and your rights as a citizen or consumer and data and AI, all of that. Right? So this is the toolkit that you all can have a look, but it has got a user manual here in all gamification manner. It's all play card, right? It's all play card that is here. And maybe Akanksha can talk, like we the people is the democracy, the constitution we say, you know, and it also say, we are just data, are we? Asking a question to you. You know, we are a consumer or we are just a number? Or we are a citizen? Are we behaving like that? If you are saying about hate, did you prefer to follow hate on Facebook? So ask yourself a question as a citizen, right? And you play the game. Did you lose your identity? You know, on digital identity. And there are so many things. So this is a gamification that has been done, which we are going to multiply in as available as a box, as a placard, and you can carry in your pocket and keep playing yourself and start deleting yourself from Facebook gradually, right? That's the idea. But in a digital era, how to take care of your democracy is the question that this gamification is. Peter.
You all were discussing before the issue of gamers and AI. Okay? So there might be a situation where anybody comes up with the idea that society will split, not according anymore to age or gender, but some people will be gamers and the other one will be smart users of AI. Here you see that there's a bracket, there's something which brings you together. It is digital citizenship. So here you can be using gamification for democracy in order to improve it also with AI. Do you see how smart and actionable WSA is? Ahmed is not completely convinced. I will have to work a little bit more on him and others. But the idea basically is to bring forward the idea that political participation, sharing in the exercise of power, is something which has to be, can be, a constant preoccupation from each and every one of us. Never feel powerless. Never feel that you are subject to somebody else's whims. Never feel that you are the victim of others. But see that you can be the person who can act, that you can resist arbitrariness, and that you yourself have it in your own power, together with others, to form a strong social force in order to take charge of how your society, your community should be structured through political processes. It's very important that we all work on this together, because rules and laws are our means that everybody is protected from the arbitrariness of the state. Everybody has the same rights. Everybody is equal. Everybody deserves the respect, and also everybody is dignified in his, her, or diverse rights. And that is the vision behind this project. This is the vision behind our topic this year of digital democracy in us. And I want to thank you all for sharing in this vision, listening to it, participating, and carrying it away from here in Hyderabad to your home countries. Osama.
So anybody and everybody who would like to have this gamified flash book in a digital format so that you can print and do, please write to us and we'll be happy to do it. Before your democracy, get questioned and you suffer, it's better to start playing and be prepared. Yeah. The next session is on disability and digital inclusion. Exact topic is, can you show me the agenda? It's from? What's the name?
Digital disability inclusion.
So the name of the topic is Digital Disability Inclusion, Breaking Barriers, Building Access. It has got sessions, it has got discussions, it has got launch of a report, and it also has got announcement of the scheme or the program with Telangana government, where we are going to create 300 digitally disabled people with digital empowerment to become entrepreneurs. So yeah, that's it, Peter.
Arpita's getting it ready. She's getting it ready. Hello. Okay, so right now we have three options for you. You guys can either go to the digital disability section. We also are going to be serving lunch in a bit, and the Hyderabad visit is from 2 p.m. So we still have time.
क्या करूं? मुझे वो लिखा हुआ चाहिए. Neeraj Mittal is taken care of.
Yes.
Also, all of your bags has a QR code with the agenda. Please scan it so you have a larger access to the entire day.
Okay, so here we have the next exciting and last session for the WSA Global Congress 2025. We have the digital disability inclusion, breaking barriers, building access. This will be facilitated by Osama Manza, Founder Director, Digital Empowerment Foundation. He's joined by our chair, Honorary Chair Mohammad Yusuf, who is the founder and president of Equally Able Foundation. Jayesh Ranjan, our dearest Special Chief Secretary, will be joining us too. And we have discussants, our key discussants here joining us today. We have Meera Shenoy, who is the founder of Youth for Jobs Foundation. We have very special Victoria and Chris, founders of Surge, who are going to give us a very exciting demo of how they have built a very inclusive visual database in T-Hub for the WSA Global Congress. We have Professor Amirullah Khan, who is the founder, research director of Center for Development Policy and Practice. Gorle Varalakshmi, she is a Samarth Suchnapreneur. Samarth Suchnapreneur means self-reliant digital entrepreneur who is with Digital Empowerment Foundation. She is a digital entrepreneur who provides services in her community. We have Momita Burman, research associate with Center for Development Policy and Practice. We have our dear Meera, who is from Broadband India Forum and is the Director of Policy Advocacy and Communications. And I present myself, who I am part of the Research and Advocacy Division of the Digital Empowerment Foundation. The exciting part of this session is we have 2 launches of publications, which Osama will talk about. And we have our colleagues Meera and Momita, who will give us a presentation of the studies. And we have an exciting launch of digital entrepreneurship program for persons with disabilities in Telangana's last mile, which is being announced by Government of Telangana in collaboration with Digital Empowerment Foundation. So over to Osama.
This chair? Yes. Because this is very difficult to sit, no? No? Okay, can I have Meera here? Meera Shenoy, is she here? Meera Shenoy, Victoria.
Victoria cares from Surge. Yes. So she's on first the palm and the other one. So she's not well.
Oh, okay, Chris. So, okay, wonderful. So Chris is here. Can you just get a chair and come here? Amir, please. Gorle Varalakshmi, come. आप उसी पे बैठो. आपका चेयर चला के नहीं आप अच्छा आ जाओ वहां आ जाओ. आप बीच में बैठो. Momita, please come. You can sit there. Give it to me. Meera, please come. And Arpita, would you like to join or you want to anchor from far away? Meera Shenoy. Yeah, can you give the policy book as well as the other book? Yusuf Bhai? Muhammad Yusuf? And Meera Shenoy? Hi. आप कौन सा लैंग्वेज बोलोगे? हेलो.
Hi, Silva. Hi.
You are double E, she is I. She is slightly economical. And give the other book also. What? Give me the policy book also. अच्छा, this is policy. तो अभी तक क्या बांट रहे थे? वो काला वाला क्या है?
Yes, sir. हाँ सर, एक और वो बाद में है. वो आपका जो DPDP एक्ट बेसिस पे है उनका है. हाँ, तो ये दोनों इसी.
नहीं नहीं, ये नहीं चाहिए. मुझे इसका दूसरा वाला चाहिए.
हाँ, वो उनके हाथों पे एक्सप्रेस.
ये लो. Yeah.
Also there, you can always interact if you
Who?
like. Sushma versus
Sushma or yeah, we are
Okay.
okay, okay. I'll take it this one. आप बीच में बैठ जाइए. Amir, we have chair here. Yeah, yeah. No, you can sit, and when you get a chance, then you can talk.
Stand for a
Bit. Okay.
And then sit when he.
Okay.
Chair is moving. Marzi.
So, oh, you okay? You need a standstill chair, right? So
That's okay.
So you can.
वैसे भी chair है.
अच्छा चलो नहीं वैसे भी chair है.
नहीं नहीं.
We have non moving chair also. No, no, wait.
Yeah, done.
Yeah. Okay, so here we are. I just want to reintroduce that what we are going to do in this next about less than an hour or about an hour. We are going to, the topic is digital disability inclusion, breaking barriers and building access. But I also want to introduce to all of you is that there is a story behind this topic, this project for Digital Empowerment Foundation, which is Mr. Muhammad Yusuf, who is based in Washington, D.C., and he runs an organization called Equally Able. And he hails from Hyderabad. And day before yesterday, when he was here, he said that, can you get me Indian visa to come back and start working? Because last few decades when he is in US, he has got a citizen there, but now he feels more motivated to come back to work here because there is so much of opportunity. So he only started with DEFs mentioning to us that how we can create entrepreneurs among people with disability rather than treat them with charitability and all that, right? So that is how it all started. In the last 5 to 7 years, we created about 500 plus people with disability digital entrepreneurs. And then there is Meera here from Broadband Forum of India, Broadband India Forum, and she and Digital Empowerment Foundation did a deep dive research to find out that does it help in any way to get them digital and become an entrepreneur. And the book, can you all show so that we will do the honors first and we will then start talking. Can you give one book to him also? So these are the policy and as well as the research book, which Arpita doesn't want to give an opportunity to be missed because she was the researcher among authors. And this book everybody should read because it is deep dive research, actually database research on how disability or people with disability impacts positively when you treat them as an entrepreneur, as an innovator, as a doer, rather than inability, right? Or give them something, saying, oh, give something or help something. No. So this is a story of all the people with disability who are helping others, not getting help themselves, right? So this book is, thank you for revealing, and I would like all of you to read this. And now this discussion is actually going to discuss how this entire thing is there. We have a lot of people here. Thankfully, T-Hub, T-Works, and this entire ecosystem is full of with this, especially able people. And we are here. And then we also have Meera Shenoy, who runs the whole organization only to create, entrepreneurship and job among people with disabilities. So thank you for, coming and helping us to have this discussion in a very positive way. I will start with Yusuf Bhai to say a few words, and then we will go around the table to discuss things. You also have, all of you here have questions ready to discuss with us. We have many people here. We are working in this area who have come all the way from many, many places. I met Vasundhara, right? Yes, I met Vasundhara yesterday. She was walking around. She said that I mentor 5 people and she has a network of 1,000 entrepreneurs. I was shocked. She has a network of 1,000 entrepreneurs, all people with disability, and we didn't know. And we thought that now we are going to work with her. So coming back to Yusuf Bhai, you can also talk about the new scheme and the new project that we are launching with Telangana government in your discussion. But first, few minutes with you to start it.
Hello, good afternoon, and namaste.
Can I request everybody to be silent who is here? And if you can't control yourself, you can walk away. When you are here, please be silent.
Hello again. Muhammad Yusuf, like Usama Bhai said, with the Equally Able Foundation. I'm a polio survivor. I had polio at the age of 2. And I graduated from Usmania University in Hyderabad. And then went to US. Have been there for some time now, a long time now. But very pleased to be among you all. And thank you so much to this opportunity to be among you. There is a lot that could be done to empower people with disabilities. And there are several examples here and inspirations among us. And as we continue this journey, I invite you all to think of us as being part of this and make us part of the community and the citizenship and the citizens. Thank you.
So if you want to be so brief, I will have to ask a question. Yeah. So tell me why, can you also tell us that why are you interested in creating this entrepreneurship model? Because all your approach is not charitability, but creating enterprise and entrepreneurship. That's number one question. And can you also talk about the new scheme that you have agreed to a sponsor with the Telangana government?
Yeah, like the charity model doesn't really work, both in the medical sense and in the social model. What we thought is to work on a few individuals, but to take care of every need that they have, so they become mainstream contributing members of the society. That could only be done when you empower the individuals and pair them with any entrepreneurship, any business idea or employment that amplify their skills. I'm not saying their disability or ability here. So it has to match that. And that really is the key to providing social and financial inclusion. See, the inclusion really is something that allows you to be as equal to anybody else, despite the limitations or the barriers that you have. And luckily, we found partners like Usama by DEF. This work is going on in about 13 countries where we just solely, work on. I was asked a similar question recently, and the answer was that there are a lot of other organizations that are working on providing equipment, providing education and others, but to do a 360 look, to look at all aspects of life and how the same individual who has somewhat of a challenge, you don't look at that as a challenge and amplify it in a way that that becomes your positive, and then that leads to you being a earning member, that you are able to support yourself as an individual, your family, then community and society, then the whole narrative changes. So what we are also excited about, going to the second question that Usama asked, is getting the governments involved in the aspect of empowerment for individuals. See, there is a lot that is happening in terms of investments and infrastructure and other things. If people with disabilities are not at the table, the equation changes. A lot of the infrastructure, like even here, is being built without paying attention to the accessibility needs. And it takes a lot more effort to undo that. And it's way cheaper, or sometimes it's not even like an equation in your overall cost, if the right kind of decisions are made. So this new memorandum of understanding that we signed with the Telangana government, we are very happy about that. That for the next 5 years, we will work with the Telangana government here to create digital employment, entrepreneurship, those sort of ideas, starting with 50 in the first year, but over a 5-year period, 250. But we are hoping that with the CSR and the social impact aspect, we are going to create way more than the 250 that we initially set out.
Thank you so much. There is very interesting person here, Chris. He creates through his organization and partnered with us and proactively came to us. They create a visual database of a venue or a place for people with disability. So even before coming, you know where you are going, how to behave in that area, whether this place is ready for me or not. I think he has a small demo to show, to make, because most of the places where we go and choose, we always, he came yesterday and he said that, do you really think this place is disabled friendly? You asked that there is disabled friendly places in the corner, but from the gate to the door, the roads are big blocks of bricks on which the wheel cannot go. And there are so many nuances, small nuances that we don't take care. And Chris, would you like to give us a demo?
Yes, I would. Thank you. So I'm just going to step over next to the computer, and I'm just going to present what we have put together for the Global Congress and for T-Hub. We arrived, that's my wife and I, company's called Surge. We're based from Australia. And we arrived on Saturday and had all of this, what I'm going to showcase, ready before the event started on Sunday. So what the tagline is, to know before you go, and assurance of a warm welcome on arrival. So what I'm going to showcase is to be able to answer those very questions about the cobblestones, can I get in, etc., and using digital tools to increase participation. The slight variance to the conversation that we have is it's about participating in the real world using our digital tools. So I'll just stand over here if that's okay, and the team is going to put it up there, hopefully. Is that okay? Good to go? Okay, here we go. So what you're looking at on the central screen is what we call our companion website, which is all about accessibility for a particular venue. Our website is very modular, and the team's trying to get it onto the side screens as well to help with visibility, but let's focus on the middle for the moment. So if we use the virtual tour, for example, as the first tool to look at, we've mapped out to very much answer across various disability. Let's say it's autism as an example, then understanding that when you arrive, you've got this massive building over your head, which could be triggering for some. Or if you have a mobility disability, being able to zoom in and understand, there's cobblestones, which could be a problem when I first arrive. But one thing that's really cool about the T-Hub is that there are some really cool accessible features, like there's a ramp. So I can plan my journey ahead of time and navigate around, understanding that after I've got past the cobblestones, the rest of it starts to be pretty cool. I can move into the foyer, understand that there's a mezzanine if that's a trigger for me. But a key element to this particular tool for virtual tours is obviously I want to be able to get up to the, level 5 for the Marvel room or up to level 7 for the Pinnacle, but does my wheelchair fit into the elevator? Key question. So what we want to do is give people power and independence to make their own decisions. So with the virtual tour, since it's hyper accurate, I can also measure and understand that the elevator is 1.15 metres wide, and I can make my own decision whether my wheelchair does or does not fit in there. Kind of empowering to go, right, if I can get past the cobblestones, away we go. Now, let me just go back to here, and let's then jump up to where we all were for some of yesterday. Let's go to the Pinnacle. When it comes to the Pinnacle, it's a really big box. It's a square rectangular shape. So if I'm claustrophobic, that might be a problem. If I have vertigo or experience vertigo, that could be a problem as a spectator or an audience member because it's really steep. If I'm a presenter in a wheelchair, I've now learnt that I will not be able to present from the stage. If I'm an audience member, I will now realise that this spot at the front is where I'm going to sit. I can make my own decision if I'm confident or not confident about that to participate. That's the virtual tour. That's tool number 1. I'm not going to go through all of them because there's lots of people to speak. Visual story sensory guide. We break down each venue into the different sensory experiences. So on arrival, there's a description of what you will experience, what other people will be doing, and a context of what you will see, along with visual wayfinding imagery so that you can see it in detail, along with a sensory guide, what you'll see, smell, hear and touch on the arrival. Because that is very different to when I arrive up on level 5. Those bright lights, those crazy patterns could be triggering for some, and the experience inside the air conditioning is different for when I'm outside in the Indian air. If I go back, we have lots of other tools. The strategy is irrespective of disability, we'll create a tool for you to know before you go. One of the interesting things about this is we create a huge amount of information about a venue because we turn up and this data does not exist. This information doesn't exist. So you're doing a research, and sorry about the distortion, but the concept is simple. That I can now chat to AI. If researching, studying, looking is not my form of way of understanding, if I prefer to just chat to and have a conversation, I now have all that information available to me. So for example, time. So getting cut short, that is what we do, and I'll wrap it up there.
So this is an idea that is available and we didn't know, and Chris can be reached out if you are organizing anything, if you would like your place to be converted into something like that and make it visible, even your office or place, anywhere that you would like it to be ready on your website before somebody coming is very good tool to do it. Maybe you can also learn how to do it yourself, because I think it's a 3D camera, right, that you use to get them and then start tagging them.
For one of our tools, we use a virtual camera, but to create all of the content in a scalable fashion, the visual story sensory guide, to be able to put it together in over 90 different languages, along with the access guide and all the other features, we've got an entire back-end content management form with AI in it, so that we can teach people to do it themselves, but it is a very specific technology startup to solve a global problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I would now like to go to Mira. Mira, I am saying so that you know I'm coming to you. I'm not saying Mira. so that you can tell us about this research and what have you found, and so that people know a little detail that what it is, and so that people can learn, because it's not just based on one data or something.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Meera, and I'm from Broadband India Forum. I've put the findings and the recommendations together in a PowerPoint presentation, and I know there are a lot of numbers that are going to be thrown, but I promise to be quick and also make it very simple. Can we have the PPT, please? Yeah.
So one of the reason also to have Broadband India Forum involved is that we know that technology people and the broadband people and the telecom people are interested in trying to provide solution to this huge problem that we need to be solved.
Yeah, thank you so much, Osama. Just to give context again, BIF is an independent think tank which is based in Delhi. We have around 63 members, and these members include tech companies, it includes academia, it includes PSUs, telco companies, etc. One of the committees we have is the Committees for Accessibility and Inclusion, which is chaired by Dr. Nirmita Narasimhan, who was also one of the advisors for this report. So I'll just walk through this particular report's key findings survey, what is the research methodology that was used, and what are the final recommendations we have for different departments of the government, right? So due credits there, the authors of the report are Osama and Arpita, and it was reviewed and published by CDPP, and BIF was also one of the advisors for the editorial content. Next slide, please. Can I get the?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's.
Okay. Yeah. Context is there has not been a census since 2011. So the last data we have on this states that there are 2.68 crore persons with disability, which is 2.21% of the population. Factors such as age, class, caste, everything included. And, India has its own India AI mission, and we have such transformational digital India campaigns that is coming. But in all these journeys, are persons with disabilities included? This is a question which we ask. And this study also navigates how ICTs are information and communication technologies, help the persons with disabilities, and also how often do they access the digital service providers. Right now, this study is done in two phases. Phase 1, where they try to figure out how much digital integration can help the person with disability. Phase 2, the focus was between the interaction of a person with disability and the digital service provider. Now, digital service provider, you could, if you remember like cyber cafes, or if you remember these kendras which are established by the government, where you have a computer or where you have Aadhaar services, etc. set up, right? 3 questions were asked: impact of ICTs on PWDs, how often do they go to the DSPs, and third question is what is the role in facilitating their integration into the society. Research methodology was simple. Around 243 persons with disabilities were surveyed in 17 states, and these were questionnaires in English as well as Hindi. There was thorough training that was done to study this exercise carefully, and accessibility measures were of course being used while conducting the survey. And these are the findings. First, in the first phase, 243 persons with disabilities were surveyed to evaluate the impact. And these were, there were 77.8 males and 22.22 females. And if you see the digital integration, 54% of them, of the person with disability surveyed, found to not even have been enrolled in any educational program due to lack of awareness and knowledge, etc. 41% of them could manage to be graduates. 12% are reportedly employed, and 78% of them would have knowledge of how the internet works. Now, only 37% of the persons with disabilities were found to have any knowledge of the welfare schemes. If you see this report in page number 32, 33, right, there are a list of schemes and a list of conventions which India is part of, and all the different policies, right? So this survey had indicated that only 37% were even aware of what are these welfare schemes available. Now, in terms of digital adoption, in the survey, we found out that 77% of them express hesitancy towards adopting new technology. 64% of them face challenge in understanding the new technology. 47% of them lacked access to any computer or laptop or any tab or device. And 38% of them lacked even access to internet connection, which is the most important thing. These 2 slides I skipped due to the paucity of time, but basically it had a number of surveys as to like how are they being employed, how are persons with disabilities being employed, and how are they having access to internet, what are they doing with it, how often do they use platforms like Gmail, Zoom, Google, etc. And these were a few findings which are mentioned in the report. Now, in terms of solution seekers to solution providers, what we found that 87 respondents had access to tablet, etc., but they required greater connectivity, right, for them to be integrated in the system. And one very interesting thing which the study found out also was that there was a shift. Usually when people use social media, it was for the fact that, okay, there's some entertainment, we're watching a reel, we're watching a video. But through the survey, we found that a lot of social media has been used by persons with disabilities for educational purposes, right? To also get knowledge about, to gather general information about what is going on, to even go through, to run their particular online businesses, right? And also to use it for marketing, etc. So these were the different kinds of activities that are being used, especially from a social media point of view. 67% of them said that internet connectivity and better connection helped them in their financial situation. 71% said there was a significant improvement in their overall well-being. Okay, the second one, I'll again run through it fast. Phase 2, which I said, was on the digital service providers, right? And essentially, like I mentioned, like these are, you could assume cyber cafes which are present. 36% of them went there weekly, 27% went monthly, 18% went daily, and 16% went rarely. And if you see the kinds of services they're going for, it's mostly, and the majority one was to find out about what are the different government welfare schemes available and how they can access it, right? And a few suggestions which they also had is if these digital service provider clinics could have better tailored training material, could be accessible themselves in the first place, and also have staff who can train the persons with disabilities for using these particular services. Okay, I will quickly move to the policy recommendations, right? Now, what I really like about this report is that this report provided policy recommendations to each of the government ministries. It wasn't just in general. For instance, our first recommendation was to the Office of the Registrar General Census Commissioner to conduct census as soon as possible so that we have at least a percentage or the numerical amount as to how many percent of disabilities exist. In the first place, what is their demographic, what is the socioeconomic status, etc. Our suggestion to the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities was to to ensure that the services which are being accessible are in a streamlined manner. For instance, if you're getting a UID card for disability, you can't go and say, no, you need to have Aadhaar, you need to have 10 other documents, etc. So to get something like this card itself, we need to have more streamlined processes. So this was our recommendation to the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. We had a specific recommendations on the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which was in 2023, the rules of which have come out in Jan. We will delve more into it when we release the updated document. This was as of when the act was released in 2023. Since the rules have released, there's some difference in definition, etc. Actually, I can just give a little bit overview. What the act said was that if a person with disability has to access any service online, the consent should be given, the verifiable consent should be given by the guardian, almost clubbing them with children. And we have specific recommendations to not do that in the first place, because if you have to book an Uber or order food from Zomato, you can't keep seeking consent from a lawful guardian all the time. We had recommendations given to the Ministry of Communication to implement. There is a particular BIS standards for accessibility of online applications and services. We had also again given recommendations to METI as well as the Department of Empowerment for Persons with Disabilities to enable remote access to digital service providers, as well as large-scale surveys to be conducted to first find out what the problem and the issue is. We also want them that, there are these various schemes which are being released every year, right? But who's doing the impact study of it, right? As to find out how are these schemes and how are these policies actually impacting and what is the feedback you receive from citizens. We also have suggested some public-private partnerships. The last three ministries have just tried to club them in one slide, is to the Ministry of Skill, to develop tailored digital literacy programs for persons with disabilities, to the Ministry of Education to continue deploying more policies and schemes involving vocational training and other soft skills, and the Ministry of Social Justice to have more streamlined interventions in this space. So I have tried to condense this long report into these slides just to give a perspective of how long the study was conducted and what are our key recommendations to specific ministries. I hope you read the report and also find meaning from it. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Now that you have told the report, and I hope you are not just showing data without survey and real story. Here is the real story. And I would request Gorle to tell कि 2 minute में आप अपना कहानी सुनाओ. Can you please tell us your story? You can speak in Telugu. We will translate.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. అందరికీ నమస్కారం అండి. నా పేరు వరలక్ష్మి, మాది ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, విశాఖ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్. నేను ఒక పూర్ ఫ్యామిలీలో జన్మించాను. మాది ఫ్యామిలీ ఫార్మర్స్, అంటే మేము రైతు కుటుంబంలోని ఒక మెంబర్ని నేను. మా నాన్నగారు వ్యవసాయం చేస్తారు, మా అమ్మగారు డైలీ వేజ్ కూలీ, అంటే కూలి పని చేసి మమ్మల్ని పోషించేవారు. మేము మొత్తం 5 అమ్మాయిలు, నేను 5 అమ్మాయిని. నాకు చిన్నప్పుడు 5వ సంవత్సరంలోనే పల్స్ పోలియో వచ్చింది. పల్స్ పోలియో రావడం వల్ల నేను ఎలా నడవాలో కూడా నాకు తెలియలేని పక్షంలోనూ అమ్మ స్టిక్ సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చింది నాకు. దాంతో నేను చదువుకోవడానికి వైజాగ్ వెళ్ళాను. విలేజ్లో ముందు ఎలిమెంటరీ స్కూల్లో చదువుకున్నాను. తర్వాత హాస్టల్లోను 8th నుంచి 10th వరకు హాస్టల్లో చదివాను, భీమిలి. తర్వాత నేను వైజాగ్ ఉమెన్స్ కాలేజీలోను డిగ్రీ వరకు కంప్లీట్ చేశాను. అదే టైంలో నాకు మా విలేజ్కి వైజాగ్కి 30 కిలోమీటర్స్ దూరం. నాకు హాస్టల్ లేదు. 10th వరకు హాస్టల్ చదివాను. ఇంటర్ డిగ్రీ అంతా బస్సు ప్రయాణమే. 30 కిలోమీటర్స్ అంటే మార్నింగ్ నేను 7 కల్లా బస్సు ఎక్కాలి. అక్కడ నేను కరెక్ట్గా 10 కల్లా ఉండాలి. బస్సు ఎక్కే టైంలోనూ నేను ఎంతో ఇబ్బంది పడేదాన్ని. ఎందుకంటే నాకంటూ సపోర్ట్ అంటూ ఎవరు లేరు. మేము 5 అమ్మాయిలమే. నాన్నగారు రైతు, అమ్మ కూలి పని. అందువల్ల నేను ఏం చేసేదంటే మార్నింగ్ 7 కల్లా బస్సు ప్రయాణానికి చేయలేదని నెమ్మదిగా బస్సు ఎక్కి వైజాగ్ వెళ్ళి చదువుకొని వచ్చేదాన్ని డైలీ. అలాగే చదువుకున్న టైంలోనూ అమ్మగారికి యాక్సిడెంట్ అయింది, నాన్నగారికి ఫెరసెస్ వచ్చింది. నేను డిగ్రీ ఫైనల్ ఇయర్లోను చదువుతున్న టైంలో నాన్నగారు చనిపోయారు. డిగ్రీ ఫైనల్ ఇయర్లోనే 2004 సంవత్సరంలో నాన్నగారు చనిపోయారు. అమ్మగారికి యాక్సిడెంట్ అయింది. అమ్మ బెడ్ పేషెంట్.
ఒక నిమిషం. Right. So here is someone who grew up in the neighboring state of Andhra Pradesh. There is a city called Visakhapatnam. Her village is about 30 kilometers from there. She herself belongs to a very poor family. Mother who works as a daily wager, a father a poor employee. While she was growing up, early childhood suffered from pulse polio, which is what resulted in her disability. But did go to school. Went to school till class 8, then continued and went to college. And while she was going to college, which was 30 kilometers away, she had to take a bus. And she said that, look, you can imagine that without any assistance, taking a bus and traveling 30 kilometers was a major problem. But to add to her troubles, both mom and dad fell seriously ill. And while she was studying for her undergrad, her father passed away. So 5 girl children, extremely poor household, and one of the girls suffering from pulse polio and that disability. Tarvata.
అమ్మగారికి యాక్సిడెంట్ అయ్యి బెడ్ పేషెంట్. నేను అదే టైంలో నాకు చాలా ఆర్థికంగా ఇబ్బంది పడేవారమే. ఎందుకంటే మాకు ఎటువంటి సపోర్ట్ ఉండేది కాదు. నేను స్టడీ ఫైనల్లో ఉండగానే అలా జరగడం వల్ల అమ్మగారికి ట్యాబ్లెట్స్ మంత్లీ ట్యాబ్లెట్స్ 5000 అయింది మంత్లీకి. మాకు ఆర్థికంగా ఎలాగొస్తుందని ఆలోచిస్తున్నప్పుడు నేను ఒక వాలంటీర్గా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు ఎలిమెంటరీ స్కూల్లో ఒక వాలంటీర్గా చేశాను. నాకు 3000 శాలరీ ఇచ్చేవారు. దాంతోపాటు అమ్మగారికి ట్యాబ్లెట్స్ ఇస్తూ మేము పోషకాహారం చేసుకునేవారమే. ఎందుకంటే ఏ రోజు తినేవారమో ఏ రోజు ఉండేవారమని కూడా మాకు తెలిసేది కాదు. ఎందుకంటే ఎన్నో రోజులు పస్తులు పడుకునేవారమే. అలాగే మాకు ఒక పూర్ గుడిసి ఉండేది. అది ఉదు తుఫాను వల్ల పడిపోయింది. మొత్తం పడిపోవడం వల్ల మేము ఒక సెల్ఫ్ కిందని అమ్మగారిని కూర్చోబెట్టి ఉండేవారమే. ఎందుకంటే వర్షం వచ్చి మొత్తం అంతా కూడా రైన్ వల్ల మొత్తం అంతా ఇల్లంతా తడిసిపోయేది. మేము వంట చేసుకొని కూడా మాకు వీలు ఉండేది కాదు ఆ టైంలోనూ. అదే టైంలో కూడా మేము చాలా ఇబ్బందులు పడేవారమే. ఇది ఇలాగుండగా 2011 సంవత్సరంలోనూ అమ్మగారు చనిపోయారు.
Okay. It is really very, very, very disturbing to hear this. But the story just goes on even more tragically. The mother suffers an accident, is bedridden. Somehow she gets a job, and that job pays her a grand sum of $5 a month, right? 3,000 rupees. And that is what she has to look after her mother, the medication costs, see that she is comfortable, the tatters that they live in, ensure that that house is safe. So that is how she continues with that little job that pays her $5 a month. Yes.
అమ్మగారు చనిపోగానే నేను ఒంటరిని అయిపోయాను. ఆ టైంలో నన్ను ఎవరు పోషిస్తారు, నాకు సపోర్టింగ్ ఎవరు అనే బాధపడుతున్న టైంలోనూ మా ఊర్లోనూ డిఏఎఫ్ అనే సంస్థ ఉండేది. నాకు అప్పటి వరకు నాకేమీ తెలియదు, బయట ప్రపంచం అసలు తెలియదు. అక్కడ మా ఊర్లో విలేజ్ అనమాట మాది, చాలా పూర్ విలేజ్. మేము ఏదైనా సర్వీసెస్ చేసుకోవాలంటే 5 కిలోమీటర్స్ 10 కిలోమీటర్స్ వెళ్ళాలి. ఆధార్ కార్డ్ జెరాక్స్ కైనా, ఏ సర్వీసెస్ అయినా, పాన్ కార్డ్ కన్నా, ఫోటోగ్రఫీ కన్నా, నామినేషన్స్ కన్నా, ఏ సర్వీస్ కైనా సరే మనం 10 కిలోమీటర్స్ దూరం వెళ్ళాలి. అదే టైంలో నాకేమనిపించిందంటే మా విలేజ్లో స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్ పెట్టారు. స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్లను నేను వెళ్ళాను, స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్ సార్ కోఆర్డినేటర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళాను. వెళ్ళి సార్ నా పొజిషన్ ఇలాగుంది, నేను ఏం చేయాలి సార్ అంటే ఆ సార్ నాకు కోచింగ్ ఇచ్చారు, కంప్యూటర్ కోచింగ్ ఇచ్చారు. దీంతోపాటు కోచింగ్ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత నాకు ఏదైనా స్వయం ఉపాధి కల్పించండి అని నేను ఆ కోఆర్డినేటర్ అడగడం జరిగింది. అప్పుడు మనకి మిస్ఎంఎస్ సార్ గురించి మాకు తెలియజేయడం జరిగిందండి. అదే టైంలోనూ నాకు సూచన ఫెయిల్యూర్లో భాగంగా నన్ను రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చేసుకున్నారు. రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చేసుకోవడం వలన నాకు ఒక సిస్టమ్ ఇచ్చారు, ట్యాబ్ ఇచ్చారు. ఆ రెండింటితో నేనేం చేస్తాను, అప్పుడు నేను అదే సంస్థను అడిగాను, నాకు ఒక ప్రింటర్ కూడా ఇస్తే ఏదైనా సర్వీసెస్ చేయడానికి నాకు కూడా అవకాశం ఉంటుంది, మనీ సంపాదించుకుంటాను కదా అనే ఉద్దేశంతో వాళ్ళు నాకు ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఇప్పుడు నాకు ఒక ప్రింటర్ కూడా ఇచ్చారు. నాకు ఒక రూమ్ అరేంజ్ చేసి ఆ రూమ్లో కూర్చోబెట్టి వాళ్ళు అక్కడ నన్ను సర్వీసెస్ చేయమన్నారు. సర్వీసెస్ చేయాలంటే ఏం చేయాలి, మన ప్రజలకు తెలియదు, మన ఊళ్ళో సర్వీసెస్ చేస్తున్నట్టు మన ప్రజలకు ఎవరికి తెలియదు. అదే టైంలో నేను ఏం చేశానంటే నేను ఆ టైంలోనూ ఎస్హెచ్జి మెంబర్స్కి గ్రూప్ మీటింగ్స్ పెట్టాను. ప్రతి ఎస్హెచ్జి మెంబర్స్కి గ్రూప్ మీటింగ్స్ పెట్టాను. నేను ఎస్హెచ్జిలో కూడా సర్వీస్ చేస్తున్నాను. ప్రతి ఒక్క గ్రూప్ కూడా మీటింగ్స్ పెట్టి ఇలాగే అవేర్నెస్ అంటే సర్వీసెస్ చేస్తున్నానని చెప్పి అవేర్నెస్ క్యాంప్ పెట్టి వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా మోటివేషన్ చేయడం జరిగింది. అదే టైంలోనూ ప్రతి ఒక్క మహిళ కూడా నాకు సపోర్ట్ చేసి నా సెంటర్కి వచ్చి వాళ్ళకి ఎటువంటి సర్వీసెస్ కావాలన్నది మా దగ్గరకు వచ్చి చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. నేను చేసే సర్వీసెస్ ఏమిటంటే జెరాక్స్ చేస్తాను, ప్రింట్ చేస్తాను, ఆధార్ కార్డు అప్డేట్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది, నామినేషన్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. దీంతోపాటు కలర్ ప్రింట్, ఫోటోగ్రఫీ ఫోటోగ్రఫీ చేస్తాను. దీంతోపాటు నేను బిల్ రీఛార్జ్ కూడా చేస్తున్నాను. ఫోన్ రీఛార్జ్, డిస్ప్లే అంటే ఇప్పుడు డిస్ ఉంటుంది కదా, డిస్ప్లే చేస్తున్నాను. దీంతో పాటు నేను ఇప్పుడు ప్రధానమంత్రి పెట్టిన స్కీమ్స్ కూడా రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. స్టూడెంట్స్కి రెజ్యూమ్ తయారు చేస్తున్నాను, ట్రైన్ టికెట్స్ బుక్ చేస్తున్నాను, దాంతోపాటు బస్ టికెట్స్ కూడా బుక్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఈ సర్వీసెస్ చేసుకోవడం వల్ల నాకు మంత్లీ 5,000 వరకు సపోర్టింగ్ వచ్చింది. దీనివల్ల నేను ఆర్థికంగా కూడా అభివృద్ధి జరగడం జరిగింది. ఈ అవకాశం కల్పించారు, కానీ ఈ సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చినందుకు నేను సుషమా సార్కి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే అతని సపోర్ట్ ఎందుకంటే నాకు తండ్రితో సమానం. తల్లిదండ్రి లేని వాళ్ళకి వాళ్ళ సపోర్ట్ ఉండడం వల్ల నేను చాలా గర్వంగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే డిజిఎఫ్ సంస్థ నేను ఎప్పుడు వచ్చినా సరే, నా దగ్గరకు ఎప్పుడు వచ్చినా సరే నేను వాళ్ళతో పాటు ఫ్రెండ్లీగా ఉండేదాన్ని. ఉండడం వల్ల నాకు ఎంతో సపోర్ట్ చేసేవారు. దీంతో పాటు నేను ఒకటే అడుగుతున్నాను, ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే మాకు ఒక చిన్న వెళ్తూ ఉంది, అక్కడ ఆధార్ కార్డు ఫోన్ నెంబర్కి లింక్ అడుగుతున్నారు ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడాను. ఆధార్ కార్డు ఈకేవైసీ అడుగుతున్నారు. ఆ రెండు కూడా మా సెంటర్లో లేకపోవడం వల్ల వచ్చిన మెంబర్స్ అందరూ కూడా తిరిగి వెళ్ళిపోవడం జరుగుతుంది. దీన్ని కూడా మాకు కల్పించాల్సిందిగా కోరుచున్నాము.
Thank you. So, the mother who she was looking after, she died, and then this orphaned girl who really had nothing to look forward to, found a center that was being run by the Digital Empowerment Foundation. She went there, registered herself without knowing what she was going there for, what was in store for her. This was a center that welcomed her, told her that look, you can become a Sushnapreneur, you can become an entrepreneur and provide services. She says, I didn't know what services meant, what were the services that needed to be provided, but I was given a system, I was given a iPad, a tablet, and I was trained on how to do various public services that she listed. She could get people registered on the social security network, she could get them to access their banks, she could book their bus tickets, she could get them to apply for various other schemes, and that is what she had. Then she did not know how to sell these to people because most people didn't know that such services existed. So she took the SHG network, got people to educated on what they could use the Suchnapreneur for, and that is how she built a network of people who come to her, who avail these services, and now she has doubled her income. Her basic point is that because of this, because of the support that she has been able to get and the warmth that she gets from the network, she is able to now, she's now so much more confident, so much happier, and would like to go further and develop her center so that it can become a live connected Aadhaar center that could verify, validate Aadhaar cards. So she's now, going on to the next stage.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to give one. I mean, there are about 500 of them, right? There are 500 of such women, and they are called Samarth Suchna Preneur. Samarth is able, and Suchna is information, and Preneur is entrepreneur. And why she is wearing this Hope 1000 t-shirt is because Equally Able has an international program of Hope 1000, which we have signed up to do 1000 such entrepreneur in the next couple of years, right? So it's not she is the only one, and there are many more people. Sushma is here. She is from my state, Jharkhand. She was not the rock star like the way she looks now. Now she only takes selfie, and when I met first time, she said that nobody wanted to meet me, nobody wanted to talk to me, nobody wanted to do anything. Now she runs a whole center in Jharkhand in one of the villages, Gola, right? In a Gola area. And I'm just quickly saying so that we can save a little time. And you can meet her and talk to her. And now she has a learning center, she has an education center, she has a service center, she has a digital center. She sometimes takes the scheme, takes on behalf of the whole village and bring it to her house and distribute. So sometimes there is a quilt being distributed, sometimes something else being distributed. She will go and bring it. Now you have a bike also. Oh, she has a cycle now. So she goes to the town and bring all those schemes for which the other people cannot go. So absolutely confident. So all these people are documented in this one, and we are taking this inspiration to do more and more and more. Recently they have started selling reusable sanitary napkins, right? Kar rahe ho aap log? Haan. Right. So they are keep on adding new products also, which is environment friendly, which is good for the community and society, and also earn money. So it's both ways. They have a target to serve at least 2,000 people in a year. Serve. So you can imagine the whole attitude is changed. It's not about you need to help me. It's like I need to help you. Wow. You need to come to my place because you need my help. And that's the whole different ball game, and is what is very we are proud of. Thank you very much for sharing this lovely story. We have about 10-15 minutes left. I don't want to miss a chance to go to Meera to share a similar kind of things, because we are doing it as one project. She runs the whole program and organization on this basis, which she can also tell us how we can learn a few things, how we can expand to do these kind of things, how digital actually become a catalyst to do fight this disability things. If you can share a little bit, that will be really nice.
Let me first begin by complimenting Osama, Amir, and the others for launching this. I think in the world of disability, there's so little good work done that sometimes the same facts have to be reiterated again and again for the policy workers. So really happy with this. I founded Youth for Jobs, where the vision is that every youth with disability should be poverty-free, confident, and independent. We work pan-India, using a very data-driven approach for scale, using tech and partnerships. I think what really, a project which we started 2 years back, which is the Grassroot Academy, it's not pan-India, unlike the rest of our work. I think that really teaches us every single day what the deep divide between rural and our interiors and our glass offices is. Every single day we learn this. In fact, we're constantly modifying our approach, listening to their voices. So what do you see there? You see first is a complete lack of awareness, as this report shows. They have entitlements, but they don't know about it. And if they know about it, because they are digitized, they don't know how to access them. And until they access them, then they don't get their subsidies. So it's like a vicious circle which exists. Languages, quite often it's in English and Hindi, and they don't know those languages. So that's a problem. Accessibility is always a problem and that hampers their education, their employment, and every phase of life. Assistive tech. I mean, nowadays there's so much of simple assistive tech available, but either it's expensive or sometimes it's not really useful. Like, for example, at the grassroots, we have several floor workers who work with us, and they do not use their wheelchair because the wheelchair can't take the various bumps, and an electronic wheelchair is not suitable for those environments. We don't have a wheelchair which is adapted to the real India yet at a value which they can actually buy in. And a wheelchair seems like such a simple thing, hardly anything important. So I've realized that in this space, in India, nothing is unimportant. When people ask me, what can you do? I say, what can you not do? Because there's really anything is valuable to this space. Um, and the other important factor, I think, which we should learn from is the fact that indeed people like us can do all this. We recently, 2 years back, set up Swarajability, which is the first completely accessible AI triggered livelihood platform dedicated to persons with disabilities. And we put youth with disabilities at the heart of its design. Today we have about 200,000 youth with disabilities registered on it. We have 3,000 companies registered on it. And we have developed countries asking us to showcase the model to them. Okay. So I'm saying that the cup is half full or half empty. It's the way you look at it. There are all these tools available, and that's why I'm so happy that DEF Amir is working in this space along with Mohammed Bhai, because I think the space really needs more people, and it really needs more partnerships for people to come together and to actually make it happen. We all just have a lifetime, and you can't wait for change to happen in small, nuggets. You really need to see how you can really scale the work. And when it happens, let me tell you, the work becomes very demand driven. For example, our grassroots work today, I have a letter which has come from the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. I don't know him at all, and I still haven't gone to see him, where he's invited us to work at Vidarbha and 8 of the poorest regions of Maharashtra to create a model for scale for the country. We have a MOU with the government of Karnataka to work with the entire SDGs to make sure that there are SDGs of disability and to give them livelihood options. So I think that when you do it right, and if the like-minded people come together who want to do it right, I think then solutions for scale and therefore, the kind of impact which we see through the Soch entrepreneurs, these kind of things can be really multiplied. I want to introduce my entrepreneur boss, Shravan, and a new colleague who's so enthusiastic about field work that she's always traveling all over to do fresh enterprises. She doesn't want to upgrade the existing ones. She wants to create new ones.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I think we should work together. Yeah. Thank you, Meera. You know what, Meera, from you, what I am actually telling you, telling ourselves one sentence. People with disability has a visual, maybe something, but I think the attitude disability is with us. That we are so disabled that we can't see the ability of the possibility of so much to do. I think we have to get empowered ourselves to actually find all the time an able opportunity to work together. Then it can happen. Thank you very much for highlighting that part. I'll ask Momita to quickly tell us some policy related issues, and then we will close by sharing with you a kind of MOU that we are launching next to close.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be present here and representing CDPP, which is the Center for Development Policy and Practice, a research organization that focuses on multiple public policy and governance questions while focusing on vulnerable and marginalized communities. Now, coming to this report and the policy brief, again, it was an honor to work with Digital Empowerment Foundation and BIF and review the whole material. Something that I have learned from this report is that this mirrors what happens in India. It also mirrors the potential that persons with disabilities have when it comes to entrepreneurship and digital empowerment. So something that we can look at it and suggest is that, of course, we are delighted that the government of Telangana has taken a big step when it comes to, scaling it across Telangana. But next time, by the next WSA Congress, we should have more representation here on stage of more entrepreneurs speaking to you, having a heart-to-heart and saying what Samart Sushnapreneur or other similar programs have done to them by the next year. So thank you for that.
You were very, very quick. Okay, so here is, can I also call Sohail from TJIC, with whom as an agency we are going to work together, Yusuf Bhai, and can I also request Amirullah Khan. By the way, Amirullah Khan, I'm sure most of the Hyderabad and the Telangana people would be knowing, but he is the member of Telangana Public Service Commission. This is the MOU that was signed last night, and here they are sharing. You can talk, Sohail, you can talk a minute about it, and you can also share the MOU.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mansoor. Very good afternoon to all the delegates and the participants present here. My name is Sohail Khan. I represent the government of Telangana at Telangana Innovation Cell, and I lead the innovations vertical there. And it takes, a lot of effort to pull in so many people together from diverse areas, thoughts, mindsets, ecosystems, and pull off an event of this scale. And I thank each and every one of you to be present here. And more importantly, I take a lot of pride in sharing with you that Telangana is one of those first states in the country which has a dedicated innovation policy. And when we talk about innovation, entrepreneurship, or probably there are some barriers here and there where we limit. But Telangana government has gone one step ahead in also taking care of being one of the first states to look at the assistive technology, the needs of those whom we very often and consciously or subconsciously miss out. And then Telangana government has a few flagship initiatives like the Assistive Technology Summit, which has been happening for the last 4 years. And now with an initiative of the Digital Entrepreneur for the Disability Space, we are going to only go a step further. And we do work a lot with the grassroots innovators as well. And in the course of reaching out to even the Gram Panchayats on entrepreneurship and the different ideas that people come about with, the one learning that we've had, even as a state that we want to promote, is that the minds at the margin are not marginal minds. I repeat myself, the minds at the margin are not marginal minds, because that is where from our true feedback is coming in designing programs. And I have with me Vasundhara Garu and also Meera ma'am, who's been a well-wisher and also a guiding force for all the assistive related activities that we do. And I really hope from the government of Telangana, we wholeheartedly wish to support this initiative and take on further with much more impact, not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of more entrepreneurs showing us the way further. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks, everybody. It is indeed a matter of great pride and a sense of ownership with which we launched this MOU. It's a very significant MOU. It talks about training 1,000 entrepreneurs. and it talks about setting up 250 enterprises in the next 5 years, which is going to be very ambitious. Thanks to our partner, we are able to raise $250,000 already, and we are going to use this, Yusuf, to leverage more funding so that we can improve this and go on to serve the larger numbers that we are looking at. It's very significant. Telangana, the government in Telangana has been at the forefront in working with people with disabilities. Yusuf, you'll like to know that the pension, for example, that is given to the disabled, the highest numbers and the highest pension is in Telangana state, much more than other states. The problem that we have, and there are these two or actually three problems that I want to highlight to you. The three problems, very simply. First one is how many are we talking about? How many people are disabled in the country or in the state? We have no numbers. The 2011 census somewhere said 2.2%, and that was about 28 million. Estimates are that the number is now close to 70 million, but there is no way of knowing. It's a large number. 70 million people is bigger than most countries in the world. So first problem is that we do not know how many and where and what level of disability. The second problem is, and it's related to the first, I belong to the Public Service Commission where we recruit bureaucracy in the state. When we do that, one of the things that we have done is to ensure that in every job, at every level, we take a specified number of people with disability. Let me give you some numbers, and you will, with India, you know that the numbers are large, but there was a recent exam that we held for 500 positions. How many people applied for those 500 positions? 1 million people, right? We had another exam for about 800 people. How many applied there? About 1.2 million people. So for each position that we have literally 100,000 people applying or tens of thousands of people. And therefore the problem there is too many. But you know what happens to jobs that are reserved for the disabled? There is nobody applying. These are very good jobs. You talked about about $5 a month and $7 a month. We are talking about jobs that get $1,000 a month. Right? And we have nobody applying. This year, I can tell you, the results have come. We will again have a large number of jobs that will go waste, that will go vacant, because we don't know how many are disabled, and the disabled don't know that these are the jobs that are available. But this is a very serious issue. I'm saying this here because all of you, Meera, everyone here who looks after this sector, we really want to reach out to all of you so that we can go and talk about these jobs to people. These are good jobs. These are senior bureaucratic jobs, nice jobs, well paid, secure jobs, and we really want more and more people to come and apply. Yeah.
I mean, a logical next step would be to really approach them and create that awareness.
That's exactly very well said. Again, the lack of data. I looked at my database. I don't know where these centers are. I, meaning my institution, doesn't know. And what we really want to do is reach out to every one of those so that we can go out and say that, look, these are the jobs. This is what is the criteria, and this is the exam that you have to write. We will help you prepare for that exam.
Did you talk about data science?
Yeah.
I chaired one national sample survey conducted in 2008-9, and we estimated about 2.2% of the people who have this. This is NSS data.
Yeah.
But you are absolutely right. There is a gross underestimation. with a high level of malnutrition and various problems. We still have 2%, whereas United States has 16%, with a much higher level of nutritional adequacy. Just because there are some incentives. We don't have any incentive. If you report that there is my child has problems, well, there is nothing that will come in our way.
Thanks so much. That is somebody who knows India's data like no one else.
What we suggested is that, we conducted this survey. We said, can we have mental challenges also? That we included. And we thought that people will not answer. But we went to the households with a medical team and people were responding. So that's why our figure was 2.2%, which was much higher than the census figure. So basically my submission is that if we have some programs coming from the government, which can incentivize. Your child has a problem and then immediately get some subsidy to take to a special school. People will report. There is no incentive in reporting. You only get perhaps socially ostracized, there's a problem at the household. So I think that is very important. And it should be possible, like we did in socioeconomic caste census. If you have a special survey conducted specifically for this purpose, saying that you will be linked up with the various governmental programs, you will get the data. Your concern is absolutely genuine that you don't have the information that can be generated with some amount of effort and political will.
That's a great idea. I think we should take that up. We did a little number crunching with the NFHS data, and the NFHS shows 4.5%. So double that number. It's so that's why it's all. So that's my plea to all of you who work in this area, that if you can highlight the fact that there are government positions that are reserved for those who are, and we have several categories: the visually handicapped, the locomotor handicapped, the physically handicapped, all of that, and we really do not get. They all go vacant. The last point I want to make, and this is another very serious point that we've been watching, is something that Yusuf been saying for a long time, that we still are far away from being sensitive to those who are differently able. And it is cruel to see that. That you watch somebody who has a motor deficiency, somebody who can't see, and you laugh at. It is, as she said, the difficulty of getting onto a bus. How can you ever imagine that getting into a bus is such a big problem? And the cruel nature in which you turn and either disregard, which is the lesser problem, or actually make fun. This I point this out very often just to make a significant point. The Prime Minister of India did it. Right? When he was speaking to some dyslexic people and one person got up, he laughed at that child, and that child didn't know how to respond. The audience didn't know how to respond. It goes from there. And we all need to learn that it is very important for us to be sensitive and to at least be kind, to be decent if we cannot be helpful. So it's a very serious issue. It's something that we take take great pride in working with Equally Able and the government of Telangana and DEF on this. And we really hope that in the next 5 years, we'll be able to contribute to changing the landscape as much as Meera has done in the last so many years.
Recently, we collaborated with Rapido, sir. They are offering EV vehicles for riding the persons with disabilities, two-wheelers, auto, and even cabs also, cars. But when we reach the people, most of the people don't have a driving license. So when such you offering thousands of jobs, we are the middle point. So we go to the people. Even today also I can give you 1,000 people data. But the problem is they have some lack of requirements and even skills. That is the biggest challenge. So when I am approaching for this getting that license, so the policies and again the things are different. Yes,
that's a good point. We are working on that issue.
Really, I am very happy here. My name is Srinivasulu. I am now National Expert Committee on Accessibility, Government of India Committee. It is a meeting, and this all proceedings is very useful for us. And first I saw the presentation, very good, and so many recommendations. The all recommendations will put to the Government of India, because I give the one information. Last 2 months back, Supreme Court of Chief Justice formed a committee. 12 members is a committee. I am representing South India. Immediately, this all recommendations will send to the committee. Amita Danda, Nalsar University, me, we are working very hard. Number one. Number two, here digital governance and digital democracy word is very hot. As last night, yesterday, Vasundhara called me, Anna, is a very important meeting you come. I am very happy, thanks to digital access governance. Access also very important. And coming days, the government of India very seriously looking to the ministry-wise accessibility matters. Ministry-wise. I am looking nearly 6 ministries, 13 departments. So it is very good. And finally, what this forum work with the talking about the disabled empowerment, and please collaborate with some DPOs who are working in the grassroots. Like I am very happy to Andhra Pradesh, very nook and corner area, and Telangana, Andhra Pradesh needed some areas here. We work with, collaborate with some DPOs on digital governance. And final, we have started last 2 years back with grassroots women managed TV, Jawab TV. That is memorial legacy of Javed Abdi, who is achieved to number of acts in India. That is called. We take the name on Javed Abdi, take a name Jawab. That is the answer. So we are regularly disseminating the disability information update. What international ICRA something asking, thinking about the disabled people. So this information grassroots to at a higher level. So definitely we are all with collaborate with you. Please make a plan to in future continually. Thank you.
I know, we will, yeah. We will.
Namaste. I'm a part of disability-friendly electronic voting system. I see here in the report here as IS 17802, you recommended to the government to make the digital disability-friendly digital infrastructure, right? So for the voting, as my knowledge, electronic voting machine of India, it has a Braille script, right? Braille, it only says the number 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And for the election of panchayat or something like that, they doesn't have a electronic voting system.
Yeah.
So have you recommended somewhere? Because I have not seen over here. Just need to.
We are working on that issue also. Yeah, that is an important one. I think, Madan, we are out of time but thanks everybody, and over to Madan. Yeah.
Thanks everyone. I think all the sessions at WSA have been inspiring. This has been the most inspiring and the most humbling. Please give a big round of applause to all our speakers and panelists for a fantastic session. Lunch is at 2 o'clock in T Hub, but let's invite everyone to come front for a group photograph. Everyone, please take a photo of these fantastic people and put them all over social media, share them on all your WhatsApp groups and so on. Will you please come up to the front? Let's have a nice big group photo. Everyone who's got a camera, please come and take a photo. This is one of the most important photos you'll take. Thank you. And the team members also, will you please come up here? Yeah, please come up. One more photo. Yeah. SSPD photo. Yeah. Hope 1000 team. Anyone else on the Hope 1000 team, please come up. Yeah, thanks. Thanks everyone. So before we go for lunch, please come and say hello to all of them, exchange notes, exchange business cards, and see how you can help them and how they can help you. Thank you.